Are we live?
Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Coming to you live from Superbowl in Ramsey, Minnesota for the finals of our CBA tournament. This is our year-end CBA tournament. What we have here, you only can see a few people bowling right now, but we have the top 12 that came back from yesterday after 10 games of qualifying. Just who you're seeing right in front of us here, Chad Nelson and Wild Bill Matafee bowling, and off to the right, you've got Brandon Hansen and Nick Heilman. I'm going to give you the scores from yesterday. David Langer led all 37 bowlers. Like I mentioned, this is a year-end tournament, so you had to have had 4 tournaments bowled during the season to be able to qualify for this, because we have the added money. $6 from every entry went into the prize fund for this tournament. Makes this prize fund a lot bigger than any one of them, because it's really nice. With the added money, helps a lot. Oh, and then our tournament director, Jason Hansen, just brought me a stool. So now I can sit down and do this. All right, I'm going to give you the top 12 from yesterday, and all the qualifiers and people who cashed and all that stuff. So, hey, good morning, Jason.
Hi there.
Leading yesterday, we had 10 games of qualifying yesterday when we have our 2-day tournaments that we do. Otherwise, it's normally only 8 games. But this pattern was what again? It was a 38-foot pattern. I don't remember the name of it, but it was not easy. And I think they're even tougher today.
Yeah, I've talked to a couple of the guys out there bowling, and Chad Nelson was one of them, and said they are definitely tighter, harder all around than what they were yesterday. So, expect to see some, probably low scores here until maybe later in the day when they can crack them open a little bit. But there is a lot of urethane going down the lane, and as most people know, that means, the oil kind of carries further down the lane, makes the back ends tighter typically. And that's kind of, I think, a lot of what you're seeing going on.
That's what I've seen. I didn't bowl yesterday, and of course I'm not bowling today either, but they look hard, like you mentioned, and I'm kind of glad I'm not. But you always want that challenge. I would have, as you see, Chad cross over for that, because the ball either hooks early or doesn't finish, and I think when shots get like this, in my opinion, sometimes they're too tough, where a lot of luck is involved.
Yeah, I know a couple of the players are really kind of taking the high hard one, the fast heater approach to it, trying to be much more direct and just kind of try to, just shove it into the pocket, basically, and
hope to get 9.
And hope to get 9 or better,
right. But in saying all that, yesterday, 10 games of qualifying, David Langer led all the bowlers with 131 over, so he averaged 213 on this. And he used urethane, I'm pretty much sure, all day. I know he's first 5-6 games he did for sure. Nick Heilman was second at 90 over. By the way, Nick Heilman stayed at a place close by here last night.
He did.
I told him he was camping, because he stayed in a hotel without a bar, Jason. So that's camping.
Well, then we were camping too. We stayed at the same place last night.
Well,
whose fault was that? That was ours.
Okay. Anyway, Brandon Hansen, the lone lefty in the field of today, not yesterday, but lone lefty made the cut. He was third at 52 over. Will Matafee was +7, and Carl Polzer fifth at even. Those are the only 5 people that were average 200 or better.
Yep.
Matt Payne was 5 under. Rob Clements 7 under. Dave Ullman 43 under. Chad Nelson 45 under. That was with a 140 in there, and everything else was okay, but that 140 was not very good, obviously. Kayla Pashina, of the 4 females that bowled, she made the cut at 67 under. Thomas Cleveland at 68 under, and Ryan Burr at 69 under. Rounded out the top 12, and then we cashed 6 more, because this is our year-end tournament where it's 1 for 2 cash, and I mentioned about the $6 of every entry going into the year-end prize fund to make the prize fund pretty good. Katie Ann Sop Schrader was 91 under, and the ageless wonder Clark Polzer at 97 under was 14th. Jason Cragen 98 under. Brady Stearns at -103, along with Dana Wright at -103, and the last cash was Doug Manhart at -109. And then Molly Novak won the bonus female cash.
Bonus female, yep.
And then we had our shootouts yesterday. So we had the CBA tournament director, which is Jason Hansen, and myself, the locker guy. We have our shootout where we take 13 bowlers. What we do is we each put in $250, and then $500 is added from the bracket proceeds.
Yep.
And that's for mostly the non-cash. If you made the cut, you cannot get into it. And we draw half the field from non-cashers and then put in the cashers in there. So it gives people a chance to make some money. And that was so that pays up $400 for first, $300 for second, $200 for third, and $100 for fourth. And Alex Mueller won that, and he would have beat Josh Kennedy.
Yep.
Coming down to those are the last two, and Alex goes first, gets a strike, and Josh left a solid 8 and becomes second place. And I can't remember now who was third and fourth. We'll have that somewhere. And then what we do on the top 12, that shootout, it's the Barnhouse Exterior shootout where Jason Barnhouse and his brothers put in $600.
Yep.
And what we do is take the top 12, and really it's just a 9th and 10th frame.
Like a roll-off.
Like a roll-off thing, and then they eliminate half or a third?
Yeah, half goes out each round, ties carry over.
Okay. And all scores are all accumulative.
And all scores carry over, correct.
So David Langer won that.
Yeah, to follow up, it was Jacob Dunham and Clark Polzer were the other two in
that's
the
right.
CBA locker guy shootout.
And so David Langer won that of the 9th and 10th frame roll-up, the Barnhouse Exterior shootout.
Yep.
And who was second?
Then you had Will Matafee and then Ryan Burr.
Okay.
Oh.
And then we have the locker guy bowler the decades roll-off. So we do for that is we have 4 different decades, 29 and under, and then the 30s, 40s, and we did 50 and over. We used to do 50 and 60, but there was only 3 people in the 60 and over, which was myself, Clark, and somebody else, so we added that to the 50 and over. So we have 4 decades, 4 different people, or decades bowling, and we use September, November, and February. You bowl those 3 tournaments, and how you do in your age bracket of those 3 together, you won $300 each decade, or each person for each decade. And then those 4 bowlers, which was Will Matafee, Matt Payne, Chad Nelson, and Brady Stearns.
Yep.
Won those. So they got $300 each. And then we had a 1-game roll-off, those 4 bowlers. And it came down to the last shot between Matt Payne and Brady Stearns. Matt could have shut out Brady with a strike. He got 8. Brady went up there, needed a strike to win, 9 to tie, and got a strike and won.
Yep.
For another $300. So we had a lot of shootouts yesterday. It was a nice long day of everybody participating. I think everybody had a good time.
Yeah, the year end is always a fun event, especially when you get done with the qualifying Saturday. Everybody has a few beverages and kind of laughs and kind of make a lot of fun of each other when they throw bad shots. And on this pattern yesterday, those shootouts were a lot of fun to watch because, there definitely were some interesting leaves, some interesting shots. I saw a few gutter balls going down with the best ball format going. So yeah,
the shootout that we do, the tournament director and our so what it is there's 13 people bowling, and we eliminate 1 each frame. Low count is out, and ties if they were to tie, like 9 spares better than 9 miss. But if somebody ties with those 13, then they have to have a roll off to see who advances. So each round a bowler goes away. Well, we decided yesterday that the person who had the low count, we put a chair up on the approach, and he had to sit in the chair of shame.
Yes.
Until somebody, knocked him out of there.
Or replaced him, yeah.
Right. So, some people knew exactly what to do. A couple rounds in a row, depending on the order they went, they'd get sub, and they would just run right to that chair, go, yep, I know, I got to sit here. And then when somebody had a lower score on the first ball, all it was 1 ball only, they would jump out of that chair quickly. All right.
Speaking of the chair of shame, we have a picture of
Oh yeah.
earlier today.
I'll
I'll find a way to get this image on the screen here after a little while, but
He said
Chad Nelson found the unfortunate fate of leaving a lily a couple games ago. That's what some of that urethane will definitely get you if it doesn't shape right.
I asked him. He goes, nothing wiggled.
A very solid lily.
I said, did the four go out fast? He didn't know. Watching Will get up here in the 10th frame with 114 in the 6th and the double up and get this. Oh, he's in the 9th frame actually. If he strikes
that's
here,
gonna not get there. Yeah,
I would say that would have been almost a for sure winner, and he only missed by a little bit right.
Yep.
And of course, when you use urethane too, this is not a recovery like there would be with reactive.
That's just it. You just don't get that extra recovery. You don't get the help.
Yeah, funny you say that because years ago, when resin first came out, they called it cheater balls.
Yep.
And now people are calling urethane cheater balls. I heard that yesterday for the first time.
Yep, for the control factor. Oh, that was a good effort at it for sure. So those watching at home, I'm sure most know, but each one of these matches is a 30 bonus pin to the winner. So winning your matches is pretty important, especially when they're tough and tight like this. You're not going to have a lot of games that are going to give you 250, that kind of thing. So you definitely need to beat your opponent and get that 30 bonus. So there's I haven't been watching this match closely, but that's a change of a urethane ball. So he had the 78U on the right lane. I'm pretty sure that's a pitch black that he just threw on the left lane there. So Chad says left lane hook's about an arrow more. So maybe he's been playing it that way the whole match.
I didn't pay attention either. He left at 210, and when he shot at it, reminded me of I was down in Fort Myers a couple weeks ago, and I had lunch with Matt McNeil, and I was discussing the string pin machines that he's working for Cubica now, selling the string pin machines on the East Coast, and they were putting a couple lane centers down in Florida. They were just going to be installing them. But we talked about how that string pin is going to affect bowling. Mm-hmm. And his thought was that it'll say like somebody leaves a washout in 1, 2, 10, and then you wrap the head pin around the 10 and it doesn't hit it. The string is going to knock that over from now on.
Right.
So you don't necessarily have to hit the pin direct on, but so that's one advantage that way. The disadvantages are you probably will not see a lot of messengers anymore, which in a way brings bowling back to having to be solid in the pocket, not just be light. And so we'll see how that really affects. We don't know how soon they're going to be around here, but this also the ones he's talking about are the new just approved by USBC.
Okay,
just certified now.
Amanda, no, this is the same pattern as yesterday. I think if you watched if you were here yesterday, I'm sorry I didn't see if you were or not, but if you're basing anything off of what you may have seen yesterday, it's just having a tough pattern put out again over a tough pattern. So they are definitely, I think, probably playing harder than yesterday for sure, but scores were low yesterday too.
And Chad needed to get that first strike to win and left a washout. He had, right before he went up there, he said, I have a chance to win a match without having a spare. And, of course, he didn't have a spare that game, and he lost by 17 pins.
Yeah.
But you saw what Chad did, the same thing that Will did on that lane, where it just skated down the lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're hard, as people are saying.
Definitely.
Terry McKinney, you are right on the no messenger will give us older guys a better chance. Because a messenger 10 is nothing more than a dead 10. that the head pin just came back and hit it.
Yeah.
And I get very, very, very few messengers.
Yeah, messengers typically are, rev and speed kind of
Right, exactly.
Factors or advantage. It's typically a higher rev rate with a little higher speed that sends the pins flying, unless you're somewhere with twister pins or something like that,
Right.
where the pin is just overly aggressive. But
I remember years ago, of course, I'm old enough where when I grew up bowling, you just played second arrow. And you really couldn't miss the pocket, just with the rubber balls we had back then. You just threw it up second arrow. Maybe you got into about 12, although we didn't really call it by board back then. You just went second arrow, third arrow. Some people called it diamonds. Like
Right.
one guy told one time we were bowling a national tournament, USBC, which was the ABC back then. And he goes, oh, they're really hooking them all the way into the third diamond. But what I was going to say is you would just throw the ball up second arrow and you hit the pocket close to it, but you would leave 4s and 10s and buckets and but you always the ball seemed to go there, but the balls were not as high powered as they are now. And the oil was there's way more oil in lane now than there was back then. But the balls, obviously, you need to do that because of the way the bowling balls do.
yeah, yep. I see Aaron Pantoja is tuned in. Aaron, big shout out. Thanks for your help. I did send Corbett out for a Ethernet cable, and in the meantime, Aaron was driving by and swung in. He had a big, long box of Ethernet and rolled one up and put the ends on and got us up and running in quick time. So greatly appreciate you helping us out.
Yeah, that was good. So now we don't have to have the cord hanging over our heads and over the counter.
Right.
It's hard to find a 100-foot Ethernet cable.
Yeah, Walmart seems like 7 foot was the longest that they had.
Went to Target, got the 50-footer. Best Buy was closed. Office Depot wasn't close by. They were closed until 11 anyway, so we made do. It reminded me years ago when I was a tournament director. I'm talking 30 years ago now, probably, when this happened. We were at White Bear Bowl, and I always used to have to bring a camera. We didn't have cameras in our phones back then. In fact, I don't even know if we had phones back then. Besides that, we're not built in the car. And I forgot my camera one day. And Bob Miller, we also had an alternate. We always had to have an alternate there. And he was there doing the alternate duties, which you really had to keep score because we didn't do anything by computer. It was all done by hand. He would get up and down and get scores and write on our whiteboard who was leading or whatever. Well, I didn't have a camera, so he decided he went to Target or somewhere and bought the Kodak Instamatic camera so we could take pictures of the top 5. So alternate was more than just doing scores.
Right. We do have we're just waiting for an opponent here for Brandon Hansen to show up. So we are using every other pair so that the pace of play goes a little bit faster throughout the day. Nobody has to wait and give courtesy to the pair next to them. So that means we just have to. The current match is going to be only one match in the camera pairs.
Right.
So we have to keep the camera here, and we'll just wait for an opponent for Brandon to show up here shortly.
But these pairs will be the stepladder pairs.
Yeah, we've got the cameras are already fixed on the stepladder pairs, and
which are going to be what pairs?
so we'll go with 17, 18, 19, 20, I believe.
Sounds good to me. A practice pair would be 23 and 24.
Yep.
Just Dave Ullman missed that washout on 24, and just like I was talking, that might have been a spare with the string pin.
Yeah, that's the part that I don't really care for.
I agree. You got to hit the pin.
Yeah, I don't like that the string is going to come in contact with potentially pins that are standing, and it's the string then that knocks it down. So that part of it I don't care much for.
That was also Matt's thought process on that. If that was going to happen, he was thinking that was going to happen. Whether he bowled a lot on those string pins or not, I don't really know, but that's what he was thinking. There's one center in, as far as I know, only in Minnesota, and that's Park Tavern Lanes. That's in St. Louis Park. They have the string pin machines but I believe it's the first rendition of them, and I'm pretty sure it's not, and not USBC certified for those pin. I'm pretty sure they're not, but I don't want to say that for sure. I don't really know. I did bowl on them over on New Year's Day. We always have a family New Year's Day bowling tournament, or just kind of bowling outing with there's a lot of kids and everybody's bowling, so really couldn't tell, but it was a little different. It looks like be David Langer and Brandon Hansen right here on 19 and 20 in front of us. I was curious what Dave was going to use here. It looks like he is using a resin ball and not his urethane. As you can see, there's no hold. And I'm not sure where he's playing from the other pair he just came from either. And I'm pretty sure these pairs are different. So he made probably a good educated guess, and right about fourth arrow, and then it went high. We should talk about our Bowler of the Year stuff, because this is the last tournament.
Yes, it is.
And nobody could beat Brady Stern, so he is your CBA Bowler of the Year for about the fourth, maybe fifth time.
Yep.
I can't remember. And I didn't bring I could probably look it up on my phone, but I did not bring my yearbook or recap that I usually have. Will Matafee was second going into this, and Chad Nelson was third. They were 3 points apart.
Oh,
that was kind of a lucky strike. Yeah. I guess you
crumbles it right up the line.
Do you have to hit the head pin to strike?
Nope.
I guess
Only
not.
a pin does.
Good point. So Brady Stearns will be Bowler of the Year. Will Matafee, Chad Nelson. One of those two is going to be second. One will be third because they're only 3 points apart. Josh Kennedy at 89 points was fourth, but he did not make the cut, and he did not cash. Or did he cash? Did I say it? No, he didn't cash. So he just gets the 2 points. So he's going to be a 91. Well, Matt Payne was at 87 points, and he's here today, so he's going to get a minimum of 9. So he'll pass him.
Yep.
Nick Heilman was 6 at 84 points, and he's here also, so he is going to pass. So it will be Matt Payne and Nick Heilman, along with Chad, Will, and Brady in the top 5.
So
That's
first
the
team
All-Star.
All-Stars, yep.
William Jones was 7th. He didn't bowl yesterday. Zach Mitchell was 8th, and he didn't bowl yesterday. Eric Schott was 9th. He had 74 points, but he did not cash either. So
Got bowled but did not cash.
So he's up to 76. David Langer made it. He's going to get a minimum of 9, so he's going to stay in the top 10. He'll be on the second All-Star team. And what we have here is a slight opportunity. Clark Polzer, he's going to get his 5 points for cashing. That's going to give him 75. And he's going to tie, actually. He's going to tie, I think, with Zach Mitchell for 9th and 10th to be on the All-Star team. And 10th and 11th, on the All-Star team. So he's going to get an award to be on the second All-Star team. If I got all this right, I don't want to, it's kind of unofficial. But he is the leader of making All-Star teams. But he is the only bowler that has bowled the first and last CBA tournament. Because he bowled back in 1971.
Right. Yep, bowled the first one, and
Then
so until he stops, he's bowled the first and the last.
Correct, yep.
Current results, let's see, are we in an even-numbered game? Looks like it, so they probably will be coming up on Facebook soon, but your leader after 6 games is Matt Payne Rounding out the top 5, Rob Clements, Thomas Cleveland, Will Matafee, and Kayla Pashina.
Kayla's hanging in there in 5th place.
Yep. Again, winning your matches is such an important part to this because the games are basically sub 200 for the most part. Payne he had a really good start, 213, 247, and a couple of wins. But from then, it's been 170, 180, 180, and then 200 even.
Wow.
So, again, getting those wins is what actually gets you a few plus pins.
We saw Will just had 190 the last game, and he was 28 over scratch. So now he's still 18 over.
Yep.
And the only other one plus was Thomas Cleveland. He was only 4 over. Don't know what he shot because he was down the other end of the house. But
Yep.
you mentioned the 30 bonus pins. I was thinking about this yesterday. So this, and I just brought it up that this is started in June of 1971. So the forefathers of this CBA tournament were John Dorick, Jim Madden, and Bill Baden. And they thought of this up, wanted to model it right after the PBA. So it was all started with 10 games of qualifying on a Saturday. And it was always A and B squad. So you bowled A squad 5 games, B bowled 5, you come back and bowled 5 more, and so forth. And then they only took the top 12. There was no taking 14, 16, 20 or anything. And it used to be 50 bonus pins for winning your match.
No.
We changed that after I took over in 91. I believe we still had 50 for a couple of years, and then we realized that's a little bit too much on the bonus pins.
Yeah, you don't want the win to be the end all.
Correct.
Be all to somebody making the step ladder or.
You want somebody who bowls the best.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what David Langer's going to do on this left lane now, because he went high first frame. I know he moved when he got back here in the 3rd frame. Still went high, left basically the same split.
Yep.
Either he's going to move in more, or I'm sure he's going to try to, he does a lot of tricks with his hand.
Yep.
To try to get it down lane a little bit further. Or
He is definitely one that has all kinds of different tools in that toolbox to use.
That he does.
He's good at speed changing. He's good at release changing.
That looked a little harder. Wow.
Yeah.
Still went high.
Yep. But like I said, maybe that's the tool he was,
Right.
looking for to try and combat what he's seeing on that left lane.
Well, he didn't seem to move a whole lot deeper, so he must know that it can't just move like, 3 and 2 left or something. Probably just wants to get it down to that break point where it goes hit right of the head pin. And Brandon, using that urethane.
Yeah, the purple pearl.
The purple pearl?
Yeah, purple pearl urethane. Yeah, purple hammer.
Oh, well, we got Game 7 already.
That was quick.
Yeah. You know that crack staff you have here of your wife and daughter? They're good.
They are good. Well, that's quite a change of events.
Holy crap. Well, go ahead, read them off.
Rob Clements shooting 234, Game 7 with that 30 bonus. 64 it's a big plus. So he makes his way to the top. He's at 1562. Thomas Cleveland, he was already in there in 3rd, so he bumps up to 2nd. He had 2-0 with the win. Nick Heilman shoots 212 with the win.
He jumps up. He was out of the ladder.
So, yeah, he was 6th. He jumps into it. Will Matafee with that 190, but again, one of only 2 players to actually be plus actual after 7. So he was in 4th. He stayed in 4th. Kayla drops out with a 182 game and a loss. And Payne drops from 1st all the way down to 5th with 184 and a loss. So that was 3 games over 200 with the bonus.
Yeah.
For those top 3 players, Clements, Cleveland, and Heilman. That's pretty big when everyone else is shooting 180, 170.
So David Langer doesn't look like he has any trouble in that right lane now.
No, he definitely looks like he's got the right lane locked in.
So I'm very curious on this one because he did go high, even though he struck. He went high. Takes his one of 2 re-racks allowed. Of course, we say that, but if the pins are off spot, you can re-rack them every time. But if that actually is the case.
Yep.
We're not really under time constraints like the PBA is. Speaking of that, how about the new rule of slow play on TV?
Yeah.
It used to be a $100 fine for the first one and whatever, and people would just pay that because that was no big deal.
Right.
And now, if you're over the allotted time, you just get 0 for that.
0 for that. Yep.
That's harsh, but
that looked like a move in.
how solid was that?
Yeah, he's got a really good look too there now.
He's a little focused, I can see.
Yep. That's for sure. Well, and he is making his way up. I mean, he was second to last still after like 3 or 4 games. So he's made his way about halfway up that gap between 5th place and the bottom.
He's only 57 pins out of 5th. So,
and again, when scores are like this, you know, if 57 is not insurmountable.
You want to win, there's 30.
Yeah. You're on a house pattern and everybody's averaging 240, 50 pins, gets to be hard to try to make up. When anybody can shoot 150 out of nowhere on this.
It doesn't take much to shoot that 150 because...
he's still definitely in the thick of it.
So what do we got going on here now? Actually, he's in the lead. He's in the lead right now, too. After those 2 opens in the 1st and 3rd frame.
Yep.
He's taking over the lead. That's what a 4-bagger will do for you.
Rarely does it hurt your score.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, Brandon coming up high there on 19.
Right after that 5-count split he left last time on that lane.
Right.
That very well could have been the same split. He just broke it up, which we talked about. Just when it's this tough, you got to have some luck in there. You break up splits or you cross over or something like that. So.
Yep, for sure.
I want to get back to the string pin that I was talking about. So the pins go down to the same spot every time. The head pin's the head pin, the 2, and so forth. So I was asking Matt, how often do they rotate? He said something about 7,000 frames or something like that, whatever.
Wow.
So, yeah, it seemed like you should do it more often. And the way they rotate is, so you have the 1, 2, 3, it goes to, like, I think he said the 4, 7, 8. And then it'll go, then next time that 1, 2, 3 goes to the 6, 9, 10, and then it goes to like the 4, 5, 6. And that rotation is, what you do is you take the string out of the pin and move it, and you tie the string back in.
Huh.
And there's different length strings based on where that where the pin is. 10 pin is different than the head pin, and so forth.
Sure.
And I think they were still figuring out what it should be lengthwise on each one of those. So I'm curious to see really how they play on something that is playable. When I bowled on a New Year's Day thing, the lanes really were not playable, so I really couldn't figure anything out.
Yep.
Oh, you got that one out wide, I thought.
Yeah,
that's why I'm back here.
Well, I mentioned last time on 19 that it looked to me like Lump had moved in just a little bit. We thought maybe he was firm 2 times ago on that lane, and so I thought it looked like he had kind of opened up his angle, moved in and opened it up a little bit. But that's 6 in a row now, so he's definitely got both of them kind of figured out.
And if he strikes out here in the 10th for the 240 and the 30 bonus.
Yeah, that's a huge jump.
That's
you talk about that 50 needed, boy.
Yep. He's going to win this game now for sure.
Highest game of the day. I lost by 40.
Mr. Nelson walks by and says his highest game of the day, and he lost by 40 pins.
I wonder who he was bowling because
I think it was Ryan Burr. They were just right.
Ryan just took the lead.
That's another open for Brandon coming down the stretch. So he's going to max at 193 here.
It looked
So
promising
this
after
is already
his first 5 frames.
Yeah. So Lump will definitely get the 30 bonus here. He just needs to try and finish the game off as well.
Oh, he
That
knows,
was a left.
he knows
Yeah.
what he needs, and he knows that he needs to have this strike. And
For sure.
he'll just take his time. He does not rush the shot when he needs it, even though he can be a fast player, which he is a fast player.
Yep.
But he's taking his time right now. I just happened to look. Ryan Burr at 259, and Chad at 220. So he really only lost by 38.
30. Yeah.
Yeah. He said 40. He doesn't know how to count.
Oh, he's a drama queen.
Oh, yeah.
Always elaborating, embellishing.
Yeah. Brandon doesn't look like he's having much fun today.
Yeah, the left lane really got him.
He's definitely taking his time up there, even though this was his, I thought, easier lane.
Mm-hmm.
He's still not going to rush it and make sure he throws it good.
Right. And I think he just kind of missed that a little bit.
Yeah, and he looked like he kind of said slow down, so maybe he did throw it a little bit hard. And this is not your easy spare either.
No.
My guess is he's going to move a little left and throw it straight. He's not going to hook at it. I think he's going to, my thought, but yeah, he definitely wants to pick this up and get to that 220. He did throw it straight.
Very straight at it. Yeah. Smart play.
Oh, I have to do that with a spare ball. He can do that with his
With his
whatever ball
hand.
he's using. Yeah.
Yep. All right, so he's still going to get himself to 220 or very close to it here with the 30 bonus. That's the 50, that we were talking about.
Yeah. Well, Ryan Burr just gained 99 pins. He was 4 pins ahead of Lump, so he jumped into the ladder.
Yes.
So who's going to drop out? I'm not sure. That tells you how tough they
Yeah, I went bucket to a 3.69.10. It's between the two shots there,
Right.
but still 216, and the 30 bonus will definitely help him.
So that was game 8 of 12. We bowled 12 games head-to-head, so really 11 games, and then one big position round.
Position round, yep.
And then the top 5 stepladder. When I was talking earlier how the CBA started and the guys that started it, they came up with the format, 50 bonus pins. They also came up way back of 1 for 3 cashing. I'm not 100% sure if the first year or two was 1 for 3, but it's been 1 for 3 for a long, long time.
Yep.
And our year end is always 1 for 2 because of the added money.
Right.
There are a lot of other tournaments around that pay 1 for 4 and 1 for 5, and they might offer a bigger first place, top 5 prize or something like that. But we're not just running a one yearly tournament. This is runs all year long, not just one tournament a year, is what I was trying to say.
Correct.
So we want to keep an organization going, and you bowl 12 tournaments. Actually, we got 10, then we have a doubles and a team challenge. They all count as tournaments bowled, but the doubles and the team challenge don't count for points or anything in the bowler of the year points. And we still think that 1 for 3 is the way to do it because we want to get more bowlers have a chance to cash, make some money, come back. And we get sponsors. We have a lot of sponsors here and there, but we spread that out over our 12 tournaments, not just one tournament and
Right.
make $5,000, say, and make first prize offer this much. If we ran a tournament, say we had a big major, we wanted to run it, and, like other, I don't want to name any other names, I don't want to miss anybody, but other tournaments around the area,
Right.
they get a lot of entries, and they pay a lot for first place, but 1 for 4 or 1 for 5, so not as many people are making money.
Right.
Because that's been brought up a lot, that people say there's no money to be won in the CBA. Well, we just raised the entry fee finally after 20 years or something.
Yep.
But we have an entry fee. It's going to go up to $125. We also have a Is it $25 still for the optional qualifying?
Correct. Yep.
And that's for all you just do in your, like say yesterday, 10 games. People got into an optional qualifying for $25. However many people get in that, it pays like 1 for 3 also.
Yep.
And then we have eliminators. We have brackets. We have
Bet you win.
the Bet You Win pot. So you could spend up to $250 or more.
Yep.
If you want to, and
that can net you, if you win, $1,200. Right in there. So it's all. You can also play for $125, and if you win, you're probably going to be $700.
Right.
Somewhere in there.
and it's still a good
So
payout, but
that's-
it's not the $2,000 that if you got in
Yeah.
and won everything.
Right.
You can't tell like Brady Stearns and Chad and Dave Langer that there's no money to be won in here because they win money.
Well, what was it last year? Did
Brady set a record of almost $7,500.
that's what it was? Yeah, I thought it was like 73 or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, yep.
So it's a lot of money to be won, and that was in basically 11 tournaments because the money he would have won in the team challenge does not go to that.
Right.
The doubles money does, and him and David Langer seem to be first, second. Well, not first. They haven't done that yet together, but they're second or third or fourth like every time.
Yep.
Speaking of the
So
doubles,
we'll have 2 matches here this game on our TV cameras. So we'll go back and forth a little bit here. Right now we've got Kayla Pashina and Matt Payne going at it. And then on 17 and 18 we have Rob Clements and Ryan Burr. So we'll go back and forth here between the 2 matches.
not sure what Rob had last game, but he was your leader after 7. We don't know what he shot, but we know there's going to be some changes.
Yeah, we'll definitely see a little shakeup, I think, because with Ryan's big game, that's going to move him up a lot. Well, so far, everybody must be hearing us okay. So the new mic system apparently is functional and working.
How are they? They're cordless too, right?
They are. That's so we can run down during the step ladder and
We could get the. We want to do some discussing.
interviewing.
Yeah. And get the idea of what the bowlers are going to use, what their thought processes are. On what, each lane, do they want to start the match first or end it first or whatever? We've always talked about that. So
Yeah, get our own little, Kimberly Pressler before the match,
Right, yeah, exactly.
thought processes, yeah.
So do we have to have pressing questions?
Pressing questions.
We have to come up with a J-Hands questions or something like that.
I like it.
Similar to what Nick Heilman had that questionnaire when we did the Lacrosse Open back in November. But they were odd questions,
Yeah.
to say the least.
Yeah. I do appreciate Nick's sense of humor,
Oh.
though.
It's good. When I asked him yesterday, so you're staying in a hotel without a bar? And he goes, well, unless you consider Dr. Pepper being in the bar kind of thing. I go, no, so that's camping to me. So it looks like over on 17, 18, which you can't see right now, is Ryan Burr and Rob Clements, and they're both using resin. There's no urethane for those guys. Not sure what Rob's using, but he usually has some really old stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they did last game, but Matt and Kayla here were 5th and 6th, so both of these 2 are in it, right in the thick of things. And then, yeah, as you mentioned, Rob was leading, and then Ryan had a big game and the bonus, so we know he will have moved up in the standings as well.
So J-Han's going to be dressed like Kimberly Pressler next tournament. All right, Steve.
I don't know about that.
We'll let him wear his hat.
Well, you can see. I guess you can't. Never mind. We're watching the Rob and Ryan match kind of in front of us here a little bit.
Well, you can see the washout.
Yeah, you can see the washout that Rob left on the left side of the screen there. It's kind of what happens, I think, when a lot of urethane goes down the lane. He's looking for it to hook, and it just doesn't.
It did not. And he throws from the left side. Oh, that's a different way of trying to pick up the spare. Well, 6-3. So Kayla started out with the front three over there, and then went high for that 10-pin.
Ooh. It sure would be a lot more convenient.
That it would be, yes.
Aaron, thanks for the idea. We'll talk.
Not today, though.
Yes, not today.
That's usually a Saturday evening thing
Yeah.
on the 2-day tournaments, which we only have.
2
Yeah, basically just 2 of them.
doubles and the year end.
Kayla tripping out that 4-pin. You saw off to the right of your screen. We're watching Ryan throw here on 18. 4th frame for him. Solid strike.
Well, good timing for you to start cheering him on there, Amanda. We got him on the screen here for you.
Nice. It's always fun having the kids watch their dad bowl at 3 years old.
Yep. My 6-year-old granddaughter got her first fit 6-pound bowling ball this week.
Who drilled it for her, Jason?
I took care of the job, yeah.
Just checking.
Yep, I gave her a solid fit, and then I drilled it out for her. But she
Nice.
just started, actually one-handed delivering. So
Are you going to teach her the 2-hand also?
we'll see how serious she really.
Okay.
She really, at this point, likes to do it.
Okay.
Hard to get her to stop.
Yeah,
So
right.
she wanted to just keep going and going and going. So if she sticks with that kind of an attitude of wanting to do it that much, and she gets competitive, yes, I would. As we see Rob miss the head pin right again.
You didn't learn from the last one.
No. But yeah, for sure, if she gets competitive, I would teach her that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that is the way.
It is the
Nowadays.
way of the future.
Yeah. And also keep in mind, I'm not just talking 2-handed and just stand left, throw right. You're going to teach them to throw it, keep it in front of you, more
Yeah,
revs,
absolutely.
but be more accurate. That's
Yep.
what a lot of the 2-handers I see start now. You got to have the speed, otherwise you got to stand left, throw it right. Mm-hmm. That's how you should have thrown that washout attempt, and he might have picked it up.
Might have gotten it, yeah.
I think.
So Rob was able to stay in first. Standings were just handed out, so he is at 1799. He's got 50-pin lead over Thomas Cleveland, who Thomas just he was in second. First and second actually didn't change at all. What did Heilman have? Because he dropped out.
He only had 190.
Oh, he didn't drop out. He's fifth. Sorry. But yes, and then Ryan with that 250 game and the 30 bonus, 89 pins added in one game. He went up into fourth.
How about Kayla?
And Kayla with 246 and the 30 bonus got herself up to third. So she went from sixth to third and pushed Matt right down to sixth.
And she's
in the process.
Started out with a turkey spare double, and Matt just got clean through 5. So Kayla's got the 40 pin lead almost on him right now. And that's for, that she wants to make a run up into that top spot.
Yeah.
You see Ryan's ball just wiggles down there, and then he left the bucket where Rob missed a head pin both times, or twice out of 3 on that lane. And as soon as I talk about Kayla, she leaves a 2-4-10.
Yeah, 2-4-10. I think there's a definite separation. There's a couple of people that are playing them with some angles, like Chad and Lumpy, where what we see out of them is like a big 4, right? Or it's a Greek church. It's stuff where the ball is overreacted. And then we've got the Ryans, and then like President Payne and Rob Strader taking straighter angles, either because their game is straighter like Rob,
Yes.
or they're choosing to be straighter. Ryan can
Ryan
hook the
can-
ball when he wants to,
Right.
you know, but he's chosen to be just a little more straight and direct at it.
I think he lost his footing on that one.
But yeah, they're
4-6.
definitely kind of. There's two camps that we're kind of witnessing on how to attack this. I'm not sure, you know, either one is necessarily better than the
Right.
other. Thomas Cleveland is, I'm going to guess, probably using some urethane. He's a two-hander with a good rev rate and everything,
How good has he gotten over the last year?
and he works at it.
That he does.
He practices,
Yep.
so he's earned it.
Good
And
bat.
as I look over, he's making me a liar. He's throwing a virtual energy blackout over there.
See? So if Matt Payne strikes, he didn't strike on that left lane. Left to 4-7-8, but he's going to pick this pair up. He'll be within 20 pins of Kayla, and Kayla could have had a 40 to 50 pin lead, but then she opened that seventh frame.
Yeah, that 2-4-10 can prove to be costly here when El Presidente was actually clean, so he wasn't really hurting himself at least.
That was a good shot by Rob. You didn't see it on 18, but after missing head pin twice in a row on that lane, he high flushed one there.
He learned.
And that could be a virtual energy blackout also. Or no, it's not. I'm not sure what it is. I know he's got a IQ tour.
I was going to say, I think it's an IQ. It has red lettering to it.
That's what I thought I saw. I was assuming it was a blackout.
That was a good
strike
shot
by
for Kayla. Yeah.
Oh, a light 7 pin by Rob. And it gives him a 14 pin lead in seventh frame there. Rob over Ryan. Kayla getting up on the left lane here. She's going to, I'm not sure, I think she just threw the ball bad last frame, not like she wasn't lined up or anything.
Yeah.
Oh, she didn't like
Yeah,
that
she
one.
didn't like that either.
You could hear her yell from
Yeah,
here.
she gave the groan. Fortunate, just a 10 pin.
There's that luck involved. If she throws it not as bad, it goes through the nose for a split, but she threw it bad enough to cross over, only leaving a 10.
Yep, Ryan, a little bad footing. Fortunate to only leave that 9 pin for him there. Good cover.
Well, 214 pace for Kayla, and Matt needs to strike out for 214. We have a possibility of a tie over there, Jason.
Nelson Burton, there's the possibility of a tie.
How about him and Chris Schenkel as far as a duo of announcing big bowling?
Ryan.
The $1 million 9
There
pin.
it was. Yeah, that's their. I would. President Payne with a 2-8-10. That's probably the most iconic duo.
Yes,
broadcasting duo in our sports ever had.
Yep, I think so, because I'm not even sure how long they did it, but it was a long, long time.
Yeah.
And especially because it was on ABC TV on Saturday afternoons,
Yeah.
which was like, I get home from junior bowling at
That's it.
2 to 3:30. I was in front of that TV. There was no taping it, DVRing it, or anything. You had to watch it live.
Yeah.
And we knew nothing was going on because you couldn't, like, look online somewhere to find out who was doing
That's
what.
it.
So you just found
to
out on
watch.
Saturday morning of who the top 5 were.
Yeah.
Yep. Exciting times. Things got not very good for Ryan on that second part of this game. And so it leads me to it's sometimes when I'm bowling, and I'll say the first 5 frames are pretty good or I'm doing okay, and all of a sudden I can't hit anything. So does that mean like I just messed them up myself and I didn't figure out my own transition on the lane possibly? I think about this after I'm done, never while I'm doing it.
Of course.
But there's no urethane going down there, so that's not.
No, but I think the damage there has already kind of
Because of
occurred
urethane.
because yeah.
I
There
believe
there
it.
was a lot of it that went down the lane.
Well, Matt wasn't happy with that game in general.
No, and just when it looked like he had a chance to maybe try to catch up a little bit there after Kayla's 2.410, he leaves a 2.810 himself, now a 4.9. He's going to 180 max, but more than likely it's a 179 game here.
Right, he's just going to go for the one.
Yeah.
Or maybe not.
Yeah.
He's going to show off.
And Kayla's already got that beat, so she has a chance for she can get to 224, and with another 30 bonus on top of that, I would assume that's going to probably maybe make her up another spot.
Well, Rob maxes out at 212 if he doubles here, and he's leading.
Yeah, he'll get the
Kayla
win.
got the first strike. Solid strike by Rob. If you could almost hear that. Well, Kayla's got 2-1 for sure. Just going for 220. That'll have her gain some pins on Rob. She was only 53 pins behind him. And we don't know what Thomas Cleveland's doing. I'm not really sure. He's on 13 and 14, and I do know he had a 4-6 up there earlier, but we'll wait till the crack staff with the Hanson ladies.
Yeah.
Solid strike by Kayla. 4-9 for Rob.
4.9 for Rob there, yeah.
Well, she just gained 22 more pins, or 23, whatever it is, a count ball on Rob, so she's within 30. Who else was there? Ryan, of course, shooting his 170 max. He's going to probably drop out of the top
I'm
five.
going to guess, yeah.
And Nick Heilman over on about 7-8-ish, something like that. We're going to have some movement going on here.
Walk down there, but it won't reach that far, I don't.
Okay, probably not. Even though we got the new microphones that are cordless. Tough pair. 167 max for Ryan, so he loses those 33 pins. So it puts him, let's see, he's going to be 104 over, or something like that. Kayla's going to be, she's just going to jump up to 200 over just about. Rob's going to be, he's 200, he's going to be 230 over. And I said, don't know what Thomas did. I could find out. His mom just walked over here with his score sheet. Let's see what Thomas Cleveland had. He had 180. He tied. Well, tie's better than nothing there. So 180. So he lost 5 pins on that. So he is now he's going to be down to third place, but he's still right up in there. So that'll be after 9 games when we get the final totals. Kind of quiet in here. You can barely hear a pin drop. Oh, I just did.
So that'll be Heilman with 190, and Lump is in the 2-0s. So
Okay.
Heilman will take a loss. Lump will get the 30 bonus, but about even overall with actual score.
Okay. Thomas had 180 and tied. So I think Ryan's dropping out of the top 5 based on what you had just kind of told me. So we'll wait until the Hanson ladies come up with the right scores. Now I can't even hear a pin drop at all.
And in the objects in your mirror are closer than they appear category, Langer with the 30 bonus, and he was in 7th, so he is making his way up.
Yep.
It was only
max.
2-0, but with the 30 bonus, that'll help them.
He always does. You're right. Never count out David Langer. Well, that's true. Chad, Brady, Nick. He likes to. Chad likes to. He likes to just make it tough on him. I'm going to try to get our camera over here on 19 and 20. There, so we're going to watch this match between Thomas Cleveland and Nick Heilman. So he went high on that lane. That's the same lane that David Langer went high on his first two shots for splits both times, and then kept making moves, whether he moved in left more, maybe a little bit more with his feet. Also, I think he threw a little bit harder. So we'll see what happens on that lane as this match goes on. Nice cover. Even though I just kind of said maybe that lane's hooking more, it might not be for everybody. So I know when I'm bowling and I go from pair to pair, I don't like when somebody tells me, hey, this left lane is hooking more than the other one, when I might be playing a different part of the lane or a different ball than they're using. So I never like to hear somebody give me unsolicited advice of what the lane does. So.
When I was down on the other end checking a few of those scores, then I talked to Dave Ullman and Chad real quick down on 1 and 2, their match. And Dave made a mention of how, and I heard this yesterday too, so that it's got to be topography, I'm going to assume, but how much more 2 hooks than 1, which is kind of a really odd thing. Typically on those end pairs, you find the end lane is the one that's
right
got the more hooks, so it is a little different to all of a sudden find it to be the in lane of that. But
so now that you say that, I mean, we had some other tournaments here 2 or 3 years ago. There was Henry Trutwin ran a doubles tournament, and I bowled here with Sam Lanto once, and then another tournament we bowled here might have been an MSC or something, or even could have been a CBA a couple years ago. Of how, whatever I can't remember. You mentioned lane 2 hooking more than 1. I don't remember that as much as lane 1 was always tacky or slippery. I can't remember which one now, but that lane was always something. No matter what time it was always an issue on that lane. And of course, some people might not hit that today.
right.
Because what Jason did here today, we have 24 lanes. So like the first game was, say, on all the, starting with 1 and then 5 and so forth. And then the next game, we were using lanes 3 and 4, 7 and 8 and so forth. So the lanes, his idea was not to have the lanes get so beat up.
Yeah, I was just trying to make the play spread out more amongst all 24 lanes as opposed to just beating up, basically 6 pair of them.
Right. But either way, the stepladder will be up here, and the position round will be up here. On
yes.
Do we call this the Arena Bay?
I like that. Yes.
We're in the Arena Bay here at Superbowl. I think they fixed that Arena Bay at, was it Thunder Bowl in Michigan?
Yep.
Where they had the sprinklers went off, and they don't damage the lanes as much as they used to when they were wood previously. Now they're synthetic. And nice
good shot by Thomas there, yeah.
Old bowling centers, years ago, they all had the flat roofs. I'm not sure if yours does or not. So that would create a lot of roof leaks a lot of times, whatever. And then there was a place that bowled at years and years ago. It's not there anymore. I'm not even going to say the name of it, but they used to have the buckets, the ice cream buckets hanging from the ceiling. Well, we're bowling one time in a league, a regular Tuesday night league, and the bucket fell. And so, and it's down on the back part of the lane. It wasn't up front.
Yep.
But they just went out there, wiped it off with towels, and we just resumed our bowling. I don't know that it even changed the lanes. Because there really wasn't any oil in that back part of the lane anyway.
Right.
But
Yeah, I remember bowling a city tournament at a center I won't mention, and it was the same thing. It was a tarp, handful of buckets.
Right.
They had multiple.
they have the tarp
Roof
so that it
leaks.
would go and drip into the bucket.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you did what you could. And this is an old place, too. I'm not even sure if it was built as a bowling center back then. The building is
Sure.
still there. It's a store or something like that, I believe now. Which is unfortunate that all those 16-lane bowling centers, there was a lot of them, a lot of 8-lane bowling centers in
Yep.
St. Paul. They're just not there anymore.
Right. Yeah, the one I was referring to is no longer there. Building is gone.
Yeah.
All right, so as we mentioned a little while ago, we've watched Thomas's game really progress over the last
Right.
year and a half or so. And we see his name quite often now, more up towards the top part of the standings.
That he is. I notice he always uses that chamois to wipe his ball off, and a lot of people do that. Mm-hmm. I don't use one. I don't use a towel or anything. And I remember asking him, you guys just take too long. You got to wipe the ball off all the time. He goes, well, you have to when you use two hands, because otherwise you got the oil on your hand that's going to slip off the ball.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's why they wipe it off. But I never do. Maybe I should, but although when I first started bowling, I learned, and that was a big mistake right there.
Yep.
I always had the towel in the back pocket because that's how I learned how to bowl. And I don't know what I used that towel for, because I didn't wipe my ball off.
No, but every bowler had one in their
Yes,
back pocket
right.
if they were a bowler.
Yeah, exactly. To wipe your hands off after you had your cigarette and the ashtray on the score table.
That's right. right below the telescore.
Right. Oh yeah, the telescore with the yellow pencils.
Get there. Oh,
Very nice.
That's the messenger type stuff, right? I mean that we were talking about earlier, that it's usually the speed and the rev rate. I mean, that was a 9-pin.
Correct.
It was going to be a 9-pin until just the overall shrapnel
Yes, exactly.
came flying around and got rid of it.
The yellow pencil on the score table. So you had to keep score.
Yeah, the
There
grease
was
pencil.
The grease
Yep.
pencil, yeah, okay. And so on that table, it was underneath a stainless steel or metal plate, and that plate would get pretty hot.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes, it would.
when we bowled in our league, this is at the Saxon Straightaway or Elsie's. I can't remember which one we started at, but we did it at both places. And one person kept score for both teams. And it was the last person to open had to keep score. You had to sit in the hot box. So I learned how to pick up spares a lot then, because I didn't want to have that open, because I didn't want to sit there in the hot box and keep score.
Right.
Nick Heilman is not liking that right lane. He's 3-7 counts, one spare. The other two, he throws that voodoo backup kind of thing that he does.
Yep.
And which is obviously really good, but it didn't work on those two spares.
Yep.
He didn't like that one.
No.
Well, he got 8 this time, though. I just looked over to my left a little bit and see that Kayla just struck, but she also has 2 opens. She went strike, open, strike, and David Langer went strike, spare, strike. So that's a significant match over there.
Yeah.
And they're on 15 and 16. And according to the Ageless Wonder, Clark Polzer, who knows every bowling center, what's the good pairs and bad pairs, he says that's a good pair. And even though sometimes he says it's a good pair or bad pair, doesn't mean you're going to bowl good or bad on that pair. And that's his thought process.
That's right.
now that I brought that up, it reminded me, people who bowl.
Oh,
like
really
us.
good shot, Thomas.
I don't say people who bowl, because we bowl, but there are people who write down their score, and then when they have a bad game, they'll write bad pair on the score sheet. So because they bowled a bad game, it's the pair's fault?
Well, obviously.
Well, exactly. And there's a young up-and-coming bowler from, I'll say, the 5-state area, maybe the 2-state area, who I saw a score sheet once, and he did that. And he wrote that on it, and I'm thinking, I don't think, I'd rather have you say I bowled bad on that pair, because he's a young guy, and if he gets that in his mind all the time,
oh, boy.
that's a lot of pins.
Yep, that's a good 9. He definitely got really steep with that one.
Keith Peck, thanks, but no, I'm not having a beer today. We had a few last night. Plus, it's only noon. It's not even noon.
I would say not even quite.
No. But thanks for the offer, Keith.
We are moving along at a pretty good clip. The separation of pairs in between, I'd mentioned earlier, always helps with that.
Yep.
You don't have to give the courtesy to the people that are right next to you, so kind of keeps the pace of play moving a little bit. And I think it keeps it a little more even across the board, too.
So this is game 10? Game 10, and I remember, I thought years ago when we actually kept score by ourselves and didn't have the automatic scores and just kept bowling, I thought we would get 3 games an hour. And we'd be done with the match play at noon, from 8 to noon, and then it was noon to 1:30 was the stepladder. So we're pretty much done at 1:30 to 2 o'clock when we always had these 2-day tournaments. Mm-hmm. Well, this is going a little bit slower, even though, of course, the shot's tougher.
I think, from recent memory on the last handful of year ends, I think right around the 2 o'clock time frame, 1:30 time frame is typically when the stepladder, is getting going. So I think you touched on it. It's the shot, they've become harder, and that slows everything down.
Yes.
Throwing spares instead of strikes.
And they got to walk a long way from if you're on 1 and 2 and you go to 23, 24.
Yeah, yep. It's a jaunt.
Dan, I did turn down a beer. Yes. I know it's surprising.
Hold. All right. Good shot.
Very nice shot. And so, as we were talking, we didn't even see or mention Nick Heilman getting a double up there. So.
Yep, closing the gap a little bit. As it stands, though, Thomas has still got 20 pins on him.
Looking at the David Langer and Kayla Pashina match, Kayla's having a tough time with 65 in the 5th and a strike up. And Lump was at 119 in the 5th with a spare up in the 6th, so he's got that one by 40, almost 50 pins. Solid strike by Thomas. Set up the all-important 9th frame.
The foundation 9th.
Yeah, the foundation frame. So all these live streams that we've done over the years, Matt Payne has been getting them up on YouTube.
Yes.
And so I found a lot of some old VHS tapes when we used to, we were in the North Metro Community Television area in Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center, and I have to get those digitized somehow. Sam Lanto actually said he would do that for me sometime because he does that for all of our stuff national wise, whatever. He digitizes a lot of these videos, so he could do that, or I could go somewhere else. But I'm going to get them digitized somehow, and we'll get those on YouTube sometime here when I have more time.
Oh, trips to 4.
Oh, he's not going away lightly.
No.
He could have 216.
He's going to make Thomas have to show up.
He's going to force him to get the first one if he strikes out.
Yep. Yeah, Thomas still has 236 potential. And Nick's max is going to be 216. So. But that strike there.
That clearing out the 4, 7, 9,
Yep.
10, something like that, whatever. But you see how his ball hits that pocket, and it doesn't go like total left. It kind of goes straight back through him, and then it can move around.
Yeah.
So, somebody who, say, hooks the ball more, a different roll, that's going to go left and hit there. You probably leave a 4-9.
Right.
This is a big shot right here to force Thomas to get a strike.
Yeah, he gave that one more room.
Well, he's all excited.
Yep. Yep. Big celebration.
That's so. What do we got here? 9 spare 9's a tie. So he needs 9 for sure, if not a strike here. 8, and then he's going to have a spare strike to tie.
Yep.
So, strike's a winner.
Carl, I think everybody wishes that they could carry like Nick. Oh, yeah.
Tapped to 10.
Good shot. He put it in the right spot. Yep.
Pick it up and strike to win. This is not like a Masters tournament here where if you lose, you're out.
Right.
He just wouldn't get the 30 bonus pins. He's hoping to get at least 15.
Exactly.
He just tied last game with 180.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and when you're in second place, you don't want to be tying.
No.
Splitting that bonus when the bonus is so crucial.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not even guaranteed 15.
No. I mean, this is, yeah.
So this is why I always say, though, throw your best shot, leave a dead 10 until you get the 15 pins.
Yep.
And he'll throw it good. Just a matter of if it strikes or not. Well, he didn't.
Fortunate 9 for the 15.
Yeah, yep. That's all you can do is tie, Thomas. Back-to-back ties. That's all right, though. It's no different. Could have been he could have lost and won. He still got the 30 bonus pins.
Yep.
So, looking at the David Langer and Kayla match, Kayla actually kind of picked up with a turkey in there, but max she can have is 190. But Lumpy can strike out in the 240s, so he's going to be jumping up there. He's going to be in the top 5 here pretty soon. The match on the end, Chad Nelson and Carl Polzer. I'm going to move the camera over to 21-22. We'll be able to see off to the side what they're doing. You can't see the bowlers, but you can see the pinfall. So Carl's up on the left lane. He's got 84 in the 5th with a strike in the 6th. And Chad's got 85 in the 5th with a strike up in the 6th. That's a 1-pin match over there. And Stacy just brought us the update after 9. So obviously some of these games are already in their 10th game. But we give the updates going into that, where Rob Clements was still leading at 230 over, and Kayla was an even 200 over, but she's losing this match, but she might shoot 190. Yeah, she got a lucky strike there. Thomas Cleveland was 144 over, and he tied his match, so he gained 29 pins there. David Langer was 4th place at 120 over, and he's going to gain anywhere from 60, 70, depending on how he does in the 10th frame.
Yeah, he's got 248 max possible, and then 30 bonus. Yeah, he can. So there he is. He's already made his way into the ladder, and probably moving up a rung.
Nick Heilman shooting that 2-1 and tying, so he's going. So I think the top 5 are going to stay and just move around a little bit. Ryan Burr, don't know what he had. He was a pin out of the ladder. Matt Payne was 7th place, and then Will Matafee, Chad Nelson, Carl Polzer, Dave Ullman, and Brandon Hansen. Round out to your top 12s. And I'm looking over here on 23 and 4. 104 in the 6th, spare up for Carl. And Chad got a double there. So he had 85 in the 5th with a double up there. So he's got 11 pin lead over him right now. And he's not giving up either. And Dave Ullman walking by. What did Dave Ullman have last game?
170.
Was that a win, Dave? Okay, well, he's not moving much then either. 170, that would be a good average for me today, I think. Don't know if I could even get to that. Oh, yeah, 190, 220, 180. He's winning some matches, and then, yeah. Hey, Davey, good thing today the Twins got rained out because they need a break. Yeah. David Langer did not get that first strike, but he's going to have 227 if he strikes here. That gives him 57 more pins because he won. Kayla only lost 6, but either way, so David gained 50-some pins on her. So he was 78 behind her, so he's still behind her by a little bit. But he's moving up. I'll tell you, his scores, he started out with 140, then at 200, then at 140 again. Then at 2-0, and then 230, 190, 2-0, 2-1, 2-0. And then, 225 he ended up with. Okay. He's still behind Kayla by a little bit. Chad just went spare on that 8th frame, and he's still up by, see what is he up by now? He's up by 12. Not over yet. Carl going into the 9th frame with a spare up in the 8th.
10, maybe more.
It gets quiet in here. Like I mentioned, you can't even hear a pin drop. I said that too many times already. Carl's up on lane 23. Imagine now we have 2 slow bowlers. They're on the end pair, and they're almost the last one's done. It is getting a little chilly sitting back here. I'm sure the bowlers aren't cold, but if I'm chilly, then I'm supposed to be chill. If I'm warm just sitting here, then it's too warm for the bowlers. And you saw that 3, 6, 9, 10. That was Carl who just missed it. That is the toughest spare. And he had 140, so he got 147 in the 9th. But Chad's going to win that match. He was in 9th going in here at, I guess he was, what was he at? He was only 45 over. Yeah, he was 50 pins out of the ladder, and of course that he needed to have like a 220, 230 game to move up in there. He's going to have maybe 2-1 max if he spares and strikes out in the 10th, but he's going to win the match, but not gain enough. So that was game 10. We're going to have this game 11. We're going to watch David Langer is going to be here on, looks like in 21 and 22, and I think he's bowling Thomas Cleveland. Yeah, he's bowling Thomas Cleveland on 21 and 22. So we'll get the camera on that. Well, we'll leave it on that pair. But they're just kind of waiting for Chad and Carl to get done before they start that match.
It is cold in here.
I'm feeling that
Oh,
here.
man,
I
yeah.
should go out in my car and turn the heat on for a little bit.
I'm all packed. I leave tomorrow morning, fly out for Vegas for the Open. So I do have a couple sweatshirts. My suitcase is out in the truck. I could run and grab something and maybe get myself warmed up a little.
I used to do that in like a lot of summer tournaments. You know, when the air conditioning's on, I'd go outside for a while. And
Oh, yeah,
stand in
for
the
sure.
sun.
Yeah.
Or sometimes stand in the vestibule, whatever you call it, because it's like really warm in there in between the two doors.
Yeah.
Vegas, when you're inside, I think it's so cool inside.
That's well, got to get that humidity out of the air, and then.
Yeah.
Jason puts on a stocking cap to keep his head a little warmer. So Chad was like 180 something there, but he won. He won, but he's not really moving up the board at all because he needed to have a 220, 30-ish to kind of get up there. And he's only got 2 more games to do it, but
Those of us that are follically challenged, we need to make sure we keep our noggins warm.
It messes up my hair, so I don't wear that.
I don't have to worry. Don't have to worry about
I'm
that.
kidding on that, by the way. Yeah, if I'm cold, yeah. Like I just came back from Fort Myers, a couple weeks ago. 80, 85 degree weather down there. My brother and I are watching just Twins spring training, couple games, and just watching their practice. And come home to like 7 inches of snow in my driveway.
Yeah.
So I had to,
The one snowfall we had.
yeah. But it was nice though. We left on a Thursday. It snowed Thursday night. We were gone. Came back on a Tuesday, and it had snowed during the day of that Tuesday. So I didn't have to do anything in between. But all I did was started up my X350 John Deere with the 44-inch snowblower attachment on the front end, but there was I have my driveway. It's about 75 feet long, and it kind of goes downhill. I mean, I had to go uphill to get it up to the street, and there was so much ice under that too because it kind of rained in between the snow.
Yep.
And I had a hard time getting all that done. I was not going to do it by hand, so I didn't have chains on the tires. I have a couple extra weights on the back that helped a lot. And I finally got it done. Then the sun came out that day, and then I finished it when it
melted it up. Sure.
So Thomas started out that match and opened the first frame, and that's the last thing you want to do at any time, especially against Langer.
Yeah. Well, and especially when he's in turbo mode, comeback mode.
Right. So he came from 15 and 16.
Yep.
And then I know before that he was on 19 and 20. So I'm not sure if last time he was on that pair, if he was or not, did he remember and try to do something more? A good educated guess. And he'll throw his straight shot at it with his strike ball.
Yeah, Thomas went for the 1-2-8.
Right.
And threw his plastic at it and then chopped.
Like he does everything right and then still miss it. What I want to know is would the string pin machines
would the string have gotten it?
Yeah. Because like I said, I bowled on them. I mean, how they work, the string is on each pin. That head pin's a head pin every time, and so the pins go up into the machine.
Yep.
Instead of like going off the deck and going back that way. So if you throw a ball and say that the head pin's off spot, coming down, it'll be back on spot again because it picks it up, puts it right back down where it's supposed to be.
Yep. Yeah, you're not going to have the picking it up, setting it, like the scissors that pick the pin up now. As long as they can grab it, they'll set it back down off spot.
Right, wherever it.
And in string pin, that won't be occurring. The pin will go right back to where it started, its original on spot.
I'm curious of obviously you're a bowling proprietor, and what would your thoughts be if when they eventually, it sounds like they're probably going to be around everywhere. You don't have to put them in, of course, but it saves on, I guess, people working because you don't have any out of ranges anymore. I guess there was an issue with the ball. Is there a ball stop so the pin can't go into the ball returner?
Correct.
They have that now on these machines, but they didn't to start with. Because right now, can a pin still go in the ball track?
Yeah, pin goes in the ball door, and then the balls won't go in, and
so
for sure.
Supposedly, this machine, the new one that's now USBC certified, they have something stops that where the pin can't go.
Yeah.
So that would help. Little things like that. I don't know what else. It's supposed to be easier, have less
expensive, less moving parts, smaller size. Yeah, there's a lot of pros, they say, to them. I'm not a fan.
I'm not yet.
Yeah, I'm definitely not sold.
No, until somebody around here does it and has a certified one, and we say whether we just bowl on some or have a tournament on one, we would have to bowl a lot somewhere before we'd think about having a tournament on those machines.
Yeah. Well, and you and I talked earlier about it, and maybe I'm just too much of a purist or an old timer, whatever you want to call me. But I don't like the fact that if I'm going to miss that, boy, how many times I just watching Carl Polzer on 18 there miss the head pin to the right. I've seen this on 18 like 75 times today.
The ball is hydroplane down there.
Anyways, I don't like the fact that if I'm going to miss that washout, I should miss the washout.
Right.
That string should not be what knocks a pin over. So that's not a fan of that.
And I don't know if Matt had seen that or he's assuming that will happen.
Does Park Tavern have? I heard a rumor that theirs are not like the certifiable type; they're the recreational type. I have tested the duck pin version of the string pin setters, and I would assume that they're not any type of certified or anything either. That was recreational up in Duluth.
Oh, okay.
I can't. What is that? Why can't I think of what it's called?
What's up there?
Is it
Incline Station?
not Stadium? No, is it Stadium that
Stadium.
did all the remodeling and then
I believe so.
And
I believe so.
They took out regular lanes and put in these duck pins.
Okay.
Stacy and I went up to a Rocks game up there and we went bowling.
Ah, okay.
Duck pin bowling.
Duck pin bowling, nice.
And my very first shot wound the 1-2-3 when the ball hit it, and it spun them and tied them together. So the very first shot, I had to get a mechanic to come and untwist the pins. So there are, even though it's supposed to be less troubles, they have their own set of troubles that come with them.
The trip two, they both have had a trip two on that lane now. I had been at Park Tavern, Aaron, and I bowled there on New Year's Day with our family and a lot of kids bowling, and but there was really no shot. There was so much oil on the lane all done in the back end because people, using all the plastic. We didn't start till noon, and the place was full from 8 o'clock in the morning on.
Sure.
So I couldn't see. There really was no ball reaction, so I didn't get to see what really was happening. But I did go in the back of the lanes. I can't remember the guy's name offhand right now, who works there. He brought us in the back and he showed me how they worked and gave me a pin. So I do have a sample pin at home, and you could see how that's all how the string goes through. There's like a figure-8 knot that you tie in the top or something like that.
Yep.
It goes through on the side. It's a smaller hole, and it comes out a bigger one on the top of the pin, and but it's and I'm pretty sure those are not certified.
All right, Thomas gets the 2-8 out of there.
Oh, I'm going to go down to that Punch Bowl social, just kind of watch sometime too, and see what they're like. 'Cause I didn't know that they had them also. I suppose any one of those type of places that they're just going to have a recreation thing. They'll do that.
Yeah. And see, that's the perfect setting for that. If you've got like your little arcade set up,
There you go.
I remember they put that bowling center up at the Mall of America on the fourth floor too, right?
Yep.
That's a perfect setting for string pins.
I don't think it's still there anymore, though.
It probably isn't, yeah. But I mean, that type of a venue, that's the perfect place to put, in my opinion, then,
I agree.
The string pin type stuff. But
because, people who are working there are working in an arcade.
Yeah.
And they don't know how to, go down and get a pin, say.
Correct.
If they don't know how to. They probably don't want them to. And just have them reset them from the desk. I guess you could do that, too. I'm assuming if you had to set up an 8-pin, you could do that from the counter.
I would bet. Yeah.
Because if they don't, that would just be
Thomas.
wrong, chopping that 4 off the 8. It would be wrong if you couldn't do that at the counter.
Right.
Well, David Langer has a chance to take the lead in this match. Pretty much even right now.
See a few shots here of the Polzer-Ullman match.
Yeah, let's watch 18. Last time His ball squirted by the headpin too on 18. Oh, that's not coming.
That's not coming back. No.
We should.
Yeah, we have got the bird's eye view from the side of lane 18 and just watched everybody flag the headpin.
So that'll be the first stepladder match, and then 1920, and then 17, 18, 1920.
Yep.
So it won't be the championship match, but it'll be the first and third matches in the stepladder.
Correct. That's okay. Whew. I was a little nervous about that one for him.
So Dave, I'm not sure I can't remember what Lumpy left in the third frame for that split, but he came back in that fifth with a solid strike. And this is a take.
And double up so he can get 3 here, but
trip
fortunate
2
Brooklyn.
to a
All right.
crossover, trip 6. That's how touchy they are. That was just a minor adjustment. Obviously, he didn't throw where he wanted to, but set it down a little short, and it does that.
And we see Ullman. That's his second Brooklyn on 17. So can't hit the head pin on 18 on the left side of it at all, and on 17 can't keep it off the left side.
Oh, isn't that what Chad said? That's quite a bit more.
Yep.
17 hooking quite a bit more than 18.
Yeah, he said about an arrow more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have a cheat sheet and put it up there on the lane. Just to tell everybody that this lane does this and
It wouldn't matter.
yeah, I know.
On that lane, you cannot miss right.
That's what we've been discussing for the last 4
I believe so, yeah.
hours. It seems like here.
I could have told you that 2 years ago.
It's game 11.
I think Michigan's basketball game is going to work.
I haven't seen a 2-8-10 picked up for a while. Oh, well, that would have been the way to do it. A little bit harder, you know. Yeah.
No offense, but
Yeah.
I'm going to flip it back over to this match because it's got a little more impact on
It really does.
the top 5.
As Carl just got a solid strike on 17. But yeah, that's no big deal. 18 is one you need.
Yeah, 18 is the one that's...
Let's watch David Langer going for a 4-bagger here in the 7th frame to increase his lead.
well,
Nice, solid.
he threw that one like he meant it.
So,
And I don't think that's the lane I think it's the left lane over here as well that's kind of...
yes.
I mean, he just went Brooklyn on that left lane on not a bad miss.
So his last 2 shots in the left lane was a trip.
Oh, that doesn't come back
Yeah.
either.
Davey, we've told you that enough. You see that 1-2-4 on 18. We're
Just heard Dave go. He moved his feet 7 boards to the right over the course of this match here and has not squared up yet.
thank you, gentlemen. I'm going to watch your granddaughter's
okay.
basketball game.
He's tired. He's tired of watching his son. He's going to go
Holy
watch
strikes.
his granddaughter now. That was Clark Polzer, by the way.
All right, let's see.
Oh! The collective groan in the back with that light 10
Good carry
for a
there.
5-bagger.
5-bagger's big.
Take a commanding lead and moving up the stepladder on after bet.
Definitely another rung up for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to go into the room and take care of position round duties.
So after this game, we're done here. I'll shut the mics off too, and then we'll wait a little bit. But we'll get you through this game here in this match with Thomas Cleveland and David Langer. So we mentioned Thomas tied the last 2 games, and he was third, but then not sure what he moved down to or moved up to, but 2 games ago they were within 22 pins as far as Thomas and David. And I would have to bet that Lumpy is now quite a bit ahead of him, because I know he had 220, and then he's going to have he hasn't finished out a 10th frame yet. this would be a game to do it. To shoot this 250 for him if he was but I'm not sure. Of course, he's got a couple lucky ones. Not that he's not going to throw the ball good, but it's not only tough to hit the pocket, it's just tough to carry. So it's hard to shoot that 240, 250 game as Thomas goes through the nose and carries it. And he saw that's one of the first shots that goes high on the 18. If you saw, that was Carl Polzer over there. So 203 max for Thomas. David Langer really already has that. He's looking for that 250 game. Big shot, 9th frame. Wow. And that's one I didn't think he had any trouble with. But although he did have a split in the 3rd frame, but I don't remember what it was there. But 3-6, 7-10. I'm assuming he's going to actually try to go for it because I think he's going to go for this. I would, because you're going to get 2, if not 3 or 4. All right. Well, here I thought he had the game well in hand, and now he's got he's got to have a mark here to shut him out. And this is, like, I know he's got the last 3 in a row on this lane, but it was a trip 2, crossover, and a light 10-pin carry. Oh, I don't think he threw that very well. He did not at all, but he's very happy just leaving a 5-pin. So, spare here, got the win. See, David Ullman again left a 1-2-4-10 on 18. And he's done with that lane. He goes, I'm not bowling that again. We can sit back here and laugh because we're not bowling on it. Hey, Sam Lanto, how you doing there, man? We're just talking about you earlier. I got all these VHS tapes of CBA bowling and the Northwest Community Television stuff that someday I got to get them to you. You can digitize them for me. Let me know if you still want to do that.
I think they're starting to get good.
Oh, Matt Payne walks by and said it's starting to get easy now. All right, well, Dave Langer's going to win this. He just threw that straight down the middle. He got 9, so 209, that's 39 pins. He's gaining a little bit more. I know he gained some last, so that's going to take us through game 11. We're going to shut the mics off here for a little bit. And then we're going to have our position around. Sam, keep going. You got that, there's a date out there, June 7th, I believe, is the day you told me that all going to be good. People asked me yesterday quite a bit, Sam, how you're doing. So I gave them my my speech that last time I talked to you, you're good and positive and you're getting through all this and can't wait till June 7th. And but everybody wanted me to say hi to you. Yeah, and Thomas didn't get to 200 there, and Davey Owens sitting back here saying, 149, I might win. Carl's got to get a double. There's no way he can double on that late lane. I don't think he can either, because that was kind of a lucky carry. He's going to be lucky to get to the pocket. All right, Sam, I'll look through them this week sometime and figure out all the ones that I have, and I'll do that. So Thomas Cleveland picked up the washout, 189. Not only did he lose the 20 pins to Langer, he lost the 30, so that's a 50-pin sweep or swing there, and I just knew that Carl was not going to double on that lane. And Davey Ullman gives the old fist pump because he won with 149. And 30 bonus. That's like 179. All right, we're going to shut these mics off, and we'll be back after we get the position round going.
there's been a game in between, because otherwise both.
All right, we're back. Jason's just finishing up, getting all the, printing out the scores and getting the lane assignments set. But I'm going to give you the update of who's leading after 11, going into our position round. And that is David Langer at 24.16, so he's 216 over. Kayla Pashina is second at 208 over. Rob Clements third at 199. Nick Heilman is fourth at 181. And Thomas Cleveland fifth at 162. That's your top five. Ryan Burr sixth at 132, so he's 30 pins behind Thomas. They will be bowling each other in position round for a chance for one of those are going to get into the ladder. The other ones I think are going to probably stay in there unless they shoot some bad scores, which is really easy to do too. Chad Nelson seventh at 96 over. Will Matafee 83 over. Matt Payne 81. Then Carl Polzer, Dave Ullman, and Brandon Hansen. So Jason's getting a lane assignment set up here pretty soon, but I believe we are going to have first and second here on 19 and 20 between David Langer and Kayla Pashina. They might bowl that match right here on 19 and 20. And that also, 1920 will be our championship pair. I'm not sure on that. We'll find out when Jason comes out with the lane assignments. All bowlers, though, will get 2 shots on each lane. So they've been sitting for a little bit. And the lanes we're using this round were not used last round. So nobody came off of these pairs. So Jason will be going down there to announce all that. And I'll tell you as he does all the announcing, too. I'll kind of follow along with him. Everybody's got to get close. It's a big house. He's in the middle. So like I mentioned, David Langer leading at plus 216 over.
Heading into position round, your number 1 seed at 24-16, David Langer. He will be bowling on 19 and 20.
Second is Kayla Pashina at 208 over. That's 8 pins difference between first and second place. Rob Clements, I mentioned third at 199. He's going to be bowling Nick Heilman at 181 over. And I'm not sure what pair they're on. So Rob Clements, Nick Heilman will be bowling on 15 and 16. And then we're going to have Thomas Cleveland and Ryan Burr. They're going to be over on 23 and 24, so we might be able to watch not them personally or, on the pair, but we'll be able to see off to the sides. We're going to have the camera on 21 and 20. No, we're actually going to have the camera on 19 and 20. We'll be watching that. And then we got, like I said, Chad Nelson and Will Matafee are bowling each other. Be Matt Payne and Carl Polzer and Dave Ullman and Brandon Hansen. And once we get started here, we're going to, like I mentioned, everybody's going to have 2 shots on each lane.
Again, higher seed gets the choice. 2 practice shots on each lane. I got it, yeah. No, I got it. You're winning in here. If I set something down, I'll fall over.
All right, I read them off along with you.
All right.
So I was going to, don't know if we want to have the camera on 19 and 20 or have it on 21, 22. We get to see like kind of what's going on both sides, except we don't, we won't see a score.
Yeah, we won't be able to see a score. Yeah, 23 and 24 is, probably the match to kind of be paying attention on. That's Thomas Cleveland, who is fifth at 23.62, and then Ryan Burr sixth at 23.32.
30 pins behind.
Yeah. So exactly 30. So whoever wins that game is going to win. They'll get the 30 bonus. So that's just a win by any margin.
Or Thomas they could tie again.
Yeah, well, that is true.
Thomas he's tied twice.
He's got 2 ties on the day. So, and then right in front of us, 19 and 20 is the 1 and 2 seeds.
I don't remember ever having a lady bowler bowling in a position round for first place. Bowling position round, yes, but not going for first place.
Not for the first place position.
Yeah, right. That's what I meant.
Yep.
Last month, or was it 2 months ago, whatever, we had Katie Ann Sop Schrader made the Stepladder at Classic Bowl.
Yep.
That was in February. So. This is the one I want again.
I think I'll throw the camera so we actually can see a match.
Yeah, let's do that. We can go back and forth and see how it goes. Like I mentioned, they get 2 shots on each.
The roving mic now, so maybe I can go down and commentate a little bit on what I'm seeing down there.
There you go. I'm going to sit back here with my knee kind of elevated. So it looks like David Langer has decided to start the match, which means he wants to finish on the right lane. And he bowled on here a couple of games ago. Pretty sure he's got a good idea, and if I remember right, this left lane hooked more. So he probably wants to get that out of the way. Starts out with a strike. You can't start anything better than that. So let's watch Kayla. I know she's bowling very well all day. She's handled all the nerves or whatever. Pretty sure she has. I'd have to bet there's a little bit of adrenaline going for her right now, just because it's probably the first time she's been in this position, and she knows she's got to bowl a good game just to stay in second, and she is only 9 pins ahead of third. So it's tough. Whoever loses this could drop down to third place. Up to 128, covered it nicely. So look like Kayla's still playing out. That looked like right around 10 or so. I'm not exactly sure. And you saw exactly where David was playing inside of fourth arrow. But it's just a matter of getting the ball down to that break point, wherever it is. You can throw the ball different ways. But you get the ball to a certain spot down lane where you want it to hook back to the pocket. That's however you get there, that's how you bowl. Looks like Jason's he's trying to set up another camera, and we're gonna have a roving microphone, and we're gonna try to bring you some insight when we get to the stepladder matches. That was so from my vantage point on that one, that was just outside the marker down there, and it came a little light. And I think on the left lane, I believe he was just right over the marker for a solid strike on the left lane. And if I'm remembering correctly, like I said, I thought the left lane hooked a little bit more, or maybe started up a little bit earlier. So I know he's going to throw the ball straight at this, but anytime you leave two pins like this, it's easily choppable. Oh, and he's hooked at it. Obviously, it probably took away the chop. It's like Thomas Cleveland went spare in the first frame and left a 1-2-8 the second frame, and he's bowling Ryan Burr, and Ryan Burr started out with a strike. And Thomas had the choice of the start or finish the match, and he wants to finish the match first. And it looked like right over, that one looked like it was right over the marker down lane. That was a 10-pin one. So the Nick Heilman Rob Clements match for the third and fourth place started out with a bang, where Heilman opened the first two, and Rob went open strike. So that's after they got two practice shots on each lane, too. He sees a solid spare for Lumpy. All right, see if Kayla throws this ball a little bit better. Well, that's outside of second arrow. Whoa. Whoa. That's the 3, 7, 9, 10. That's a very odd leave. Not one that you see very often, but it's pick-upable. We'll see what she does here. Got to get the ball to the right side of that 3-pin. But it has to have enough to carry the 9-pin, and then that 3's got to go hit the 7. How's that look? Oh, and she picks up the 9-10. That was unusual. All right, so it's three shots. The last two have been kind of pulled. I think she's got to get back into a rhythm here. That looked a lot better. Oh, nice solid rip rack 7, I guess. Just in time to see David Langer throw the nice solid rip. Well, it wasn't a solid strike, but another one that just kind of like light ripper. So he's been in the pocket most of the time so far. Throwing the ball nice and soft, I think, for Lumpy. He can throw the ball hard like we talked about, but this is just that soft, slow roll. He's very good at speed control.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, he's got all of the tools. So
yes,
release control, speed control.
And it's right over the marker.
Oh, is he nice and soft with that? Left that 7, shaker 7. God, it was a really good shot.
He carried that last time, and Kayla carried that also. So that light hit can be a strike, but I think he'll pick the. Four pins out of first.
Correct.
So 240, 50, and win the 30, and depending on who does what, he's going to jump up. So that's the match of who's going to get into the ladder. But then again, they both could get in the ladder because somebody else down there could be dropping out.
For sure.
I can't see Chad. Getting into the ladder. So really, because he's too far out. And I don't think he's going to shoot 260 because it hasn't been done. So of the top 6, one person's going to be out. We don't know who that is yet. That's the beauty of bowling. Kayla hasn't got a rhythm yet. She threw the last one on left lane pretty good and carried that light 7, but she's been high, and light, and she doesn't quite have it.
Nope. Oh,
bonus.
Got a bonus pin.
That's a string pin machine type of a, not quite spare because she missed a head pin, but
right.
I don't know if you saw her last shot on that right lane where she left the 3, 7, 9, 10.
I did. Yes.
Yeah, and she picked up the 9, 10, which she was very close to picking up the whole thing. But if she would have hit the 3, the ball might not have hit the 9. That's what I mentioned. That would have been tough to do. Could have been done. She's definitely not loose. I can.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that, and the way she's bowling, I'm thinking she's not loose because it's tough to get in this situation and knowing that you want to just stay up there. You're so close to making the ladder. I don't know that she's ever made a ladder.
Right.
But
I don't think so.
But I do know, I believe this is correct, she is the only female bowler to have 2 300s in CBA competition.
Ah.
That's a little.
There's a little factoid.
Right? I just thought of that now. You saw over there on 23-24 after Ryan left that light 7 pin, he missed it.
Yeah,
well,
not what you want to do.
No.
Position round when you need to make up, 40, 50 pins worth.
David Langer leaving at 248. Lumby's going to have a 36-pin lead with a strike here. 6-frame position around game.
That shaped really nice.
I was looking over. Sixth and the 6th for both of them. One of those two might be dropping out with the low scores.
Real quick, Don, thanks for pointing that out. Let me know if you can hear now audio when we're on that booth cam.
We had that same trouble with the booth cam 2 months ago where when we used that, we didn't have the audio.
Yep. I figured out the problem with it. and it should be remedied.
Kayla went with a duller ball on
Oof.
that one. They tried to get it up to the pocket, left at 210.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got to definitely stop the bleeding, or
Yes.
this is the one that's going to drop out of the top 5.
But then again, she's ahead of Clements and
Oh.
Heilman, and they both got
Okay.
same type of a score. They had 96 and a 6 for both of them.
Oh, that one held nicely.
Yes, it did.
I believe that's a Tour Dynamics that she switched
Okay.
to. So it is a duller ball. We'll see when it comes out of the return. So it is a duller ball, and it's asymmetric, but it's a real weak differential asymmetric. Yeah, that is a Tour Dynamic she's throwing.
Okay. And David Langer is not overly confident yet either, as far as thinking he has this one. I mean, he's confident that he's going to throw the ball good,
Right.
but anything can happen. That's outside that marker, and he gets
Yeah.
it outside that marker
Yeah.
on that right lane, and it just he's left that
Will not recover.
No, it
Yeah.
will not. And that's the lane he picked to finish on.
This is kind of a good match here on 23-24, but now I'm starting to wonder if it matters. Maybe both these guys can get in. I mean, it's, Thomas has got a 3-bagger here.
Oh, there, yes.
And he stayed clean, and Burr has the one open, and then now a spare on that 2 or 5 that he left. There he
Oh,
doubles.
no. Then the 2-8. The 2-8 that David Langer just missed after he left that combination 3 times. Just didn't hook back enough, so he's got 144 in the 8th.
So this is a 1-pin match on 23 and 24 with a 247 max to a 246 max going on.
Okay.
Which, of course, we said, right? 1 pin, and that's the bonus out of this match as well.
Right.
So, I mean, this is, well, there's on a 3-bagger, he leaves the 610, but yeah, I think there's some implications going on
Yes.
here with what we got down here.
So 245 by David Langer in the 9th. He should pick this up. You throw it straight at it. So he's just at a 180 pace. And Kayla can strike out for 179 max. So Lumpy has to just pick up the spare for
Yeah.
sure. He might, somebody on that 23-24. I don't know if they could pass these or not. Well, let's see what Kayla does here. This is going to keep her in the ladder if she finishes out here. Even though she's not going to win this game, it would keep her in the ladder, I
Yeah,
think.
that's
But
what
if she opens again here and only has like the 130 to 40 game,
Yeah.
that's going to be tough.
Yep.
Nobody's having
Yeah, that's what I was saying. She needs to stop the bleeding a little bit here and make sure she,
then that 245.
well, at least leave makeables.
Yes.
Something you can convert. Stay out of the split and washout trouble.
So Rob Clements and Nick Heilman, 136 in the 8th for Rob and 135 in the 8th for Nick, and they both got strikes up in the 9th. Nice spare for
Good
Kayla.
spare.
Well, 159 max. She wants to at least spare this 10th frame. Any extra pin's going to help her. Just don't open somehow. And was that Thomas that just doubled?
No, that's Burr. Burr has a double going into the 10th.
Got it.
Thomas is working on a spare in the 9th and a spare in the 10th. So Thomas is going to max at 213.
Okay. And 247 max for Burr.
47 max for Burr. Thomas did get that 213.
And Rob did not strike in the 10th, so he's going to max out at 170.
So Thomas was 162 over, so he's going to go to 175 over. Burr 47, 30 for the win if he maxes out.
And Clements?
He would get to a little over 200 over. So it's all going to depend upon what Clem and Heilman.
The loser will be below Thomas.
Yeah. That's, yep.
And Kayla getting that double, she's going to lose 41 pins. She's going to be. Oh, she's going to be a
She's going to be on that bubble.
106.
She's going to be under
She's
Thomas
gonna,
as
She's
well.
going to be under Thomas as well.
So both Thomas and that's what I was just
Yes.
thinking. Both Thomas and Burr are probably going to get into. Well, Thomas already was, but
Yeah.
he'll stay and possibly even move up here, and Burr will get in,
Oh, that's 6 pins. That's
and Burr will get in and actually he'll leapfrog Thomas.
right. She lost
Well, he
45
does,
pins.
yeah.
So she is 160 some over.
So Burr's going to go 226 max.
Okay. So that gives him 56 pins. He's going to be
190-ish over.
yep. Thomas, we said Thomas is what,
175.
175?
Yep.
Kayla's below both of them, but then 175 for Rob, and it could be a tie because Nick needs a spare strike to tie. Wow, is that close?
Yeah, these numbers are all coming to about the same numbers.
I think Kayla's double got her into 5th place. I think. I don't know for sure yet, but
that's what she was just asking me, and
Yeah.
I said I think it's one of those two over there that's going to fall
Nick's
out
going to
here.
drop now because he just had 160 and he lost.
Oh, and he lost, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yep.
so that means he lost. Yep. I believe Kayla will be 5th, but that's unofficial in my mind. So David Langer's going to stay first. Yep, he'll stay first. Wow, that was a pretty good position round. For us sitting back here just watching. But we'll have those totals here shortly as soon as everybody brings their score sheets up to the desk. Jason will get them in the ladder or into the computer, and we'll figure out who's going to start the ladder. But I believe it's going to be David Langer's first. It could be Ryan Burr second. Thomas Cleveland third, and maybe Rob, then Kayla. Or else, I'm not sure if Rob's ahead of Thomas or not.
No, I'm good for now. Thank you. Kayla, what'd you get to?
Kayla, take this. Oh, wait a minute. 204, 144, where you at?
163.
Okay. All right, well, we've got those scores in there. We'll see how it shakes out. We'll be back here in a little bit. All right, Jason down there reading off the top 5 stepladder. David Langer at 26.30 is first. Rob Clements at 26.04 is second. Ryan Burr with that 2:20. Last game is third at 25.88. Thomas Cleveland at 25.75 and Kayla Pashina at 25.63, which is 163 over, 175 over for Kayla, 188 over for Ryan, 204 for Rob, and 230 over for David Langer. And I'm looking at these scores. Only one person was plus actual today, and that was Kayla. Kayla was the only person that averaged over 200 today. And she averaged 201.
Even with that 150 finish. Wow,
Yes.
that's good.
She only won 150 bonus pins compared to David Langer, who won 270 bonus pins. So she evidently bowled better than everybody else today. But then, yeah, wow, looking at her scores there. So we'll have the camera over here on 17 and 18 and watching Thomas Cleveland and Kayla Pashina warm up. 2 shots in each lane. Thomas has a choice of starting the match first or finishing first. I thought what he did on 23-24 in a position round, he had the choice. He just wanted to finish on the left lane. He didn't really say want to finish first or left. He wanted to finish on the left.
Yeah, he just wanted to finish on that lane.
Yeah, so that tells me that he was looking for the better lane to finish on, not I want to be done first.
Right. So, from back here, having sat here
Yep.
most of the afternoon, we've had a bird's eye view of what 17 and 18 is like. It will be interesting to watch this match, knowing what we've seen and try and see how they navigate it. But Thomas is one of the first ones to touch the correct side of the head pin, or actually touch the head pin, I should say.
On 18?
On 18, yeah.
Okay. So, you know your CBA president guy?
Yeah.
He walked by with a beer in hand and said, "Hey, still 2 for 1." I said, "No,
Yes,
thanks."
it is.
But he was drinking that Bush latte,
Yeah.
though. You know,
The water.
yeah. I should probably do that sometimes, but I just can't. It doesn't taste good.
I agree.
I'm just talking light beer in general. To me now,
I agree.
doesn't taste good.
Any of them, the Coors Lights, the
Right, yeah.
Mick Golden, it doesn't matter which one.
What's that? No game. It's a good thing there's no game today. Twins are rained out, by the way. I think I mentioned that earlier, and it's a good thing. They've been playing so badly that they need to take another day of rest. And there's so many strikeouts looking that just get me. Just follow them off or something. They're trying to take so many walks and be patient, and all they do is give it up to the umpire, his discretion on what they're going to call. I know their philosophy is to hit the ball hard when it's in the zone. And when they miss that, then they get 0-2, and then they take a called third strike. But, okay. No, it's terrible. So, all right, so Thomas has decided he had a choice. He decided to start the match, so he's going to finish on 18. And I think Jason would agree with me. He just might not know what's going on 18 like we do, being that he probably was able to hit his ball to shape up and hit the pocket on the right lane. We'll see. And crossover trip to 610. First shot, stepladder match for Kayla. I got it in. Either got it in or just hooks early. But we do know, we've been watching, that if you get it going down the lane, it hangs. So we'll see. Try to keep the ball in play, pick up spares as the the name of the game here when the scores are this low. Oh, and even the spare ball just skated all the way down there. So it hits that spot where the urethane had been going down for a long time. Where I'm thinking that's what happened. Oh, nice shot, solid 10. You can take that all day, though. Can pick those up, keep the ball in the pocket. You'll be doing pretty good. Kayla left the 3-6 in the first frame.
And chopped?
No.
No.
The ball just slid right by on 18, and I'm not sure. It's usually a plastic ball, obviously.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking it hit that.
The spot.
The spot, and it kept sliding down there.
Yep.
So we'll find out. And I thought it was very interesting that Thomas chose to finish on this lane. And why did he like this in practice so much? Not really sure. So
my honest opinion would be that with his rev rate, he is seeing shape on 18 where nobody else has.
That's very possible
right?
in practice.
And so the arrow more that 17 hooks for
there you
him
go.
is too much.
There you go. And, of course, his first two shots, crossover trip 6/10. So for a double. So there's that. Speaking of that, when Bill O'Neill lost that one tournament, when a guy had a couple crossovers here and there, whatever, it's tough. It's just as tough, similar probably like this, it's hard
Right.
to hit the pocket anyway. I guess Bill O'Neill, during the week, he stopped at some Brooklyn sandwich shop and had that in the background, and he put that on his Instagram. Having lunch today, he said. Something like that. I thought it was
That's
pretty
funny. That is funny.
The old 3, 6, 9, 10, so he didn't throw it as bad.
Right.
No. Yeah, well, he didn't thought of it. Yeah, I'm just going to throw it and pick this up.
Well, next month the goal will be we've got that one camera down there we can utilize, but it is tethered. So I need to get a wireless camera that we can hook into this system so we can go with a wireless mic and
Gotcha.
a wireless camera down there, look at equipment, that kind of thing.
Yeah. All right, that'll be cool. I'm not sure I'll be bowling next month. It all depends on
Yeah,
my
you're
knee.
still.
Depends on what I have to have done. I'll find out Thursday. So that shot just skated by.
Yep.
She hit the head pin, but
But barely.
It almost looks like it's off spot now too. So that's easily choppable 5-pin right there. Ooh,
Good,
a little
good
bit.
cover. Yeah, there's definitely the spot is not gone away.
No.
There is still a whole bunch of skid right there.
That looked pretty good off her hand.
Yep. Yeah, that was
Very
a
nice.
really, really good shot.
Let's go over the, this stepladder match is going on, and in between shots here and there, let's talk about the shootouts again and give kudos to the people who won those shootouts. So the Barnhouse Exterior shootout, which is for the top 12 bowlers, they do a 9th and 10th frame roll-off, and half the field's eliminated each game, or each 9th and 10th frame, and the scores accumulate. Well, David Langer won that one, and was Ryan Burr second, did you say?
Yep, and then Will Matafee third.
Okay, that was that shootout. And then the other shootout that you and
here
I
we have
sponsored.
Lumpy and Ryan both in the step ladder
There you go,
today.
yeah, right. Oh, yeah, well, because they, and Will just missed.
Yes, right.
Yeah. And then the other shootout that you and I both sponsor, and the $500 from the brackets.
Brackets, yep.
That was won by, and that's a one ball each frame, and we eliminate a player each time. So,
Yep.
Alex Mueller was first for 400. Josh Kennedy was second for 3, and I forget who was third, but Clark Polzer was fourth. Oh, Jacob,
Jacob
Dunham,
Dunham.
was
Yep.
third for 200, and Clark Polzer was fourth for 100. And then in the blocker guy bowler, the decades roll off between Will Matafee, Brady Stearns, Matt Payne, and Chad Nelson. That came down to the last ball between Matt and Brady struck to beat Matt 247, 246 to win the extra $300 for that. So
Yep. Good shot, Thomas.
that was very solid.
Taking advantage of that early Brooklyn double.
Yeah, that's huge. When you had 2 lucky strikes
Yeah.
for a double and the other person has an open, that's
You got it. That's
20 pins right away.
Yep. Huge advantage. All of a sudden it becomes a little easier to throw it a little better because you relax a little
There
bit.
is that.
That looked
that's gonna-
in. Well, that's I'm going to assume she made that move then because that was a ball change.
Ball
and,
change, too.
Yeah, and a pretty well executed shot.
Yes, should have been a double.
Yeah.
The ball got up to the pocket, which nothing really has most of the day.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so tell me this now: if people aren't using urethane now, and instead of using something duller, that was duller, but either way, will that back end open up a little bit more with no more urethane going down?
Yeah, I don't.
that spot.
I think a lot of times, at least like the PBA guys for sure, it seems like once they have to start giving it away too much, they just try to get out of that zone completely.
Right, exactly, they do.
Like they've kind of beat this up, and it's not going to work here anymore, and I'm just going to move away from it.
Yeah.
And they have that ability to. Good shot, Kayla.
Could have been a turkey, man. That was huge.
Yep.
She doesn't carry that solid 7. Could have been a turkey, and Thomas has a crossover for a
Yeah.
double.
Yeah.
But we talk about this a lot. Bowling evens out if you bowl enough.
Yeah.
It's just when you're in that spot that right there when you really need it, that hurts more than anything.
Yep.
Especially if you need something in the 10th frame, say you throw a good shot to win, and you leave a solid 8 or 10 or 7 or whatever.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that could have been an 8-10 in a
Yeah.
heartbeat, so he's pretty fortunate just to have that 8-pin there.
Well, 20 pin match, 5th frame. Kayla's lined up right now. Well, they both seem to be lined up right now. Ryan Burr practicing over on 23-24. He's going to be face the winner of this match, and I don't think he has a preference who he bowls. As most people say, they just bowl against the pins, which is obviously the way to do it. But deep down, they might want to bowl a certain player. Sometimes somebody has a certain player's number that they can beat them all the time.
I alluded to. Having a picture. Oh, disconnected.
Jason, he's going to try to hook up a camera. He alluded to having a photo of somebody who left a 5-7-10 today.
Yeah, I can't get the camera to look at it, but
Well, we could use one of these other cameras in between. Just hold it up.
yeah, I'll do that in between when we switch over to the next match.
You could do it over on 21-22 there. Oh, Kayla, no, not.
Get fortunate.
So, you want to keep the ball up at the pocket, especially on that lane, and that was just obviously too much.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she, you don't adjust off of a solid 7 or anything. You just throw the ball in the same spot.
That's right.
But you don't want to give the pocket away, especially on that lane.
Yep.
And I wouldn't either, based on the way I throw the ball too. I'm going to keep it pretty straight anyway. So if I give the pocket away, it's just gone. So I can't lose that.
Well, we saw that, over the course of 2 days here. Saw that a lot. Anytime somebody started getting the ball going a little bit too much away.
Trip
Roll it.
4? Oh. A different ball on that lane. So she is using 2 different bowling balls.
Yep. Yeah, it was Chad, had talked yesterday about how urethane was good and he was able to play it as long as it was up the lane. As soon as he had to start, crossing boards with it, he said then that's when it became impossible. But then he goes, my angles with resin became so steep that it kept pushing me wanting to go back then to urethane so I could keep it in front of me and keep it controlled more.
It's funny you say that because I watched him one game about game 7 or 8 yesterday, and he was really steep with the angles there, and he had 150 that game.
Yep.
And then I didn't see him after that, but he obviously had a couple of 20s in there, whatever made the cut. So
Right.
well, it still hit that area down there where left it 2-8. He comes back with a befuddled look on his face, like why didn't that hook?
Yeah, and we can tell you it hasn't hooked there all day.
Yeah. The one when they did get solid on there, I'd like to know really what this is where we need the CAT system or whatever it is. To see all those
Specto
numbers,
or one of
whatever
those,
that is.
Yep.
Yeah. To see all those numbers and see really what happened. Where did he hit at the arrows? How fast? Could he throw it like a half a mile an hour faster or slower, one way or another, and it's going to work? And also, we're not PBA players here. Those guys are definitely a step and a knot ahead of everybody. I
For
was
sure.
Talking to Jeff Walther, he just got back from bowling the Masters, and he bowled next to E.J. Tackett for 15 games, and he says, you just don't know how good that guy is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, EJ strikes 8 times a game on this stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
That looked in. Yeah, that's another fortunate 9 count.
Well, he's staying clean. Clean game with a double is 200, and that's what he's on pace for. Kayla's going to need to get a double in her somehow to force Thomas to at least stay clean or get a double to win.
Mm-hmm.
And she can still has 204 out there. What's this ball that she's using again?
This is the Tour Dynamics, Rotogrip Tour Dynamics.
Right over second arrow.
Hit.
Very, very nice.
Once she made that change to that ball on that right lane, I mean, she's been very solid in the pocket, got a bad break.
Just the last one that she's threw
yeah.
really bad, but you're right. Oh, that solid 7 just that's haunting her right now.
Yep. Yeah, that 3-bagger would have been helpful.
Yep. So the other ball, and what is she using with this ball? That she uses on the left lane. It's
I can't tell.
well, it looked pretty good off her hand. Oh, probably too good.
Oh, yeah.
Got it in. I wasn't looking from the camera. I was looking from where sitting off to the side, so I didn't really look and see where she hit on the arrow at the arrows there. But
that's a honey badger. That's what that is.
All right.
Yep.
Very nice tournament for Kayla Pashina, 5th place, at a really close opportunity to not being, first of all, not even bowling in this match, and then possibly a chance to win this. But 2 months in a row, we've had a female in the top 5.
Yep.
That's good. Yeah, when it doesn't matter. Oh, no. But he's hoping to come back on that lane up here again because if he wins the next match, he's got a bowl against Ryan Burr. Now, if he wins the next match, he goes back there. But
well, I think there's a little, if Thomas, gets through this next match, I think he's got the advantage coming back to 17 and 18, knowing what it does.
I agree.
Knowing how it's playing.
Well, that's what they talk
again, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
you can have that knowledge, and if you don't execute, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, he's going to go try a different ball for this just to see when he gets back there. That's smart. That's a smart move right there. They talk about that, on PBA Tour, and the finals are always on the same pair because
Right.
of the TV. The advantage is for the person who's won. He's comfortable on the pair. Oh, no, that one shaped really nicely. Even just shooting at that.
Yeah.
Clean game with the double is 200, and that's what he got. So 200 to 172. Thomas Cleveland will be moving on to bowl against Ryan Burr. They're going to be over on 19 and 20. They will get 2 practice shots on each lane. Ryan will have the choice of who's going to start the match. How nice is that right there? Chad Nelson with the 5-7-10. Not his fault because he threw the ball, though. He might get his name, his picture on Lilyland on mnbowling.com if you send that to Tom Havlish.
I have Havlish's number. I think I might.
Yeah.
It might find its way to
Yeah,
him.
that would be good.
All right, Jay, we'll see you down there. I'll call you and get the address from you.
So you guys,
Oh,
bowl
yeah,
good,
here, Carl.
USB-C?
I forwarded it.
I'll watch
to your
you.
email.
Oh, I got okay.
Yep.
Well,
Sent a copy of the listing thing to you, so you, all the rules and everything on it.
Sounds good.
Yep.
drive safe.
Drive safe.
Yep. Probably be pulling in Monday late afternoon
Okay.
or early evening. That's kind of when me and
It's about
Brady.
basically when we're going to be.
So the house will be ready to go.
You got it. Yep.
So Thomas is taking his practice shots with urethane outside on this pair. Not sure what by crack staff. I heard Chad say that. The crack staff of Jason's wife and daughter who will get us these scores quickly when we need them. Matt Payne, step over here into the booth there, Mr. CBA President. We need insight on how this bowling went today because you bowled all day yesterday and today.
I did. The first 4 games were pretty good. I was like 140 over after 4, and then I couldn't win a match or shoot anything higher than buck 80. So they went bad.
Yeah. So we're watching, and we've been watching here 17, 18, 19, 20, the last 6, 7 games or whatever. Did you bowl much on 17, 18?
I had 2 matches.
Okay.
I started there with Rob. That
Okay.
was started the day on 17.
So you probably didn't use urethane to start with.
No, we didn't.
Okay, well,
We sure didn't.
So what we have noticed, and lane 18 especially, whoever's using urethane or whatever, there's a spot on that where the ball just hydroplaned down there,
Yeah.
and people were missing the head pin right on 18.
It was tight to start with.
Okay, so it didn't.
I had
just-
them. I had them at least 2 boards different to start the day. So with 18 being tighter, 17 always hooked.
And-
Even yesterday, 17 hooked.
And that's what Chad even said that too. That it was like an arrow more
Yeah.
toward the end of the day on 17.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were watching that the whole time and seeing how that. It was just, and we were chuckling every time somebody
Yeah.
missed a head pin.
That is the ugliest bowling ball in the world going down
The
lane 20.
phase.
The phase, the original phase.
Yep.
So Ryan Burr had a choice who's going to start the match, and he says, Thomas, you get up there and bowl on 19 because I want to finish the match first. So from yesterday to today, as far as Matt, what was the difference? Were they were tough? I know yesterday and
Yeah.
today both, but was there much difference?
Was there much difference? I mean, I played them the same. but
Yeah, so-
I scored less. So yeah, there probably was. I don't think there was as much urethane going down the lane, or at least not as far right as it was yesterday. Because obviously, Lumpy has urethane. He was in with
He
urethane.
did.
Same with Thomas. Thomas is a little further left than I was.
Yesterday.
Yeah,
Yes,
or even
or
today.
today.
I think Thomas is a little further left.
Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, as far as me and how I played him, so. And Rob, honestly, I didn't even see Rob throw a shot all day yesterday until we bowled the locker guy shootout or whatever
Okay,
that
yeah.
shootout was. So but he was further left at the end of the day.
That was the top 12, so that was the Barnhouse
Barnhouse,
Exteriors
Barnhouse,
shootout,
yeah.
yes.
I don't know. I mean, they seem similar. I mean,
Well,
but the fronts are always squirrely. It's like you'd get a pair and you'd get down the lane, and then you'd get to another one and it would hook at your feet.
Well, I wasn't
So-
sure how much different they would play just because normally when we bowl a 2-day tournament, we put our CBA pattern down and then they have leagues or whatever come in, and so they put
Yeah.
their house shot over that, and then the next morning we put our pattern back down over that. I don't think they oiled them yesterday, so I think this was because they didn't have any leagues last
Right.
night. So I thought they were oiling over the same
I
pattern.
think so. Yeah, it should have played flatter. I mean,
They were flat anyway.
yeah. Yeah.
And that's we've seen so much of the 245, 248, 28s.
Right, and then you make an adjustment to try to get there, and then you go you leave a 3-6-10 or 3-6-9-10, or you make a design.
Or yeah,
You take
or,
4 out of the middle, and you're going, okay, well, what's the next move?
or Kayla left her 3-7-9-10.
Or you do that.
Yeah. So Jason came back into the booth, and it must be cold in the booth because he had to put his hat on.
Yep. Follically challenged.
Lumpy's practicing throwing it straight. Oh. Picked off the 7-pin.
Have we talked about Chad leaving the Lily on?
Oh,
19?
we already had that.
We had that conversation?
Yeah, he had it on the camera.
Oh,
Because just before you stepped into the booth, Jason has a picture of it, and
nice.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's gonna somehow get into Lilyland on mnbowling.com.
Did we also talk about how he took 3 off the left in
No.
the last game down there?
We did not talk about that
all
yet.
right. Yeah.
He was afraid to leave another Lily.
Yeah,
That's not surprising.
I'm about to spend 4 days with him in Vegas. I'll make sure he hears about both of those
a couple
a
times.
fair amount of time.
Perfect. You might want to do it after you have your senior doubles.
Yes, yes.
Is that when you guys, you got like 8 of you in the same house or something like that?
Yeah, there's 7 of us this year.
Who's not in the house?
Well, Matt Meyer.
Okay.
Matt had got a reservation already at South Point and just wanted to stay right there.
Perfect.
Dan Langer has comped rooms, of course, at South Point.
Really? You
Yep.
must gamble a little bit.
He might. So he always stays
Just a wee
at
bit.
the hotel. He never goes to the house, wherever we are, just because he's usually going to play a little.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
And then Sam Sylvester's bringing the whole family, so they have a different house.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
Did he bring his motor home?
No,
Oh,
I think they've got a VRBO as well, just
Okay.
a different house somewhere.
Sam and his motorhome. One year, one of the only times we ever canceled a CBA, and it was a December CBA up in Alex, and it snowed obviously a lot. He went up there on a Friday night with his motorhome,
Oh, no.
but I hadn't canceled it yet. But later that night I did, so he was already up there ready to bowl, but with his motorhome because
With
he
the
said,
motorhome.
yeah.
Speaking of Garden Center, the CBA makes its return this year.
I saw that. Nice.
Garden Center lanes.
Is it a one day?
It is a one-day.
Which tournament is that? We should. Hey, speaking of that, we should read off the schedule. Do you have a schedule
I can go get
handy
one.
somewhere? Let's tell everybody.
Next month is the 18th. It was moved, so everybody
It's a
be aware of
Saturday.
that. That's a Saturday.
It's going to be at
Andover.
Andover Lanes.
Yep. I know the January one is the June one is a Saturday.
Easy. We gotta
also.
get we have a couple months before.
June 1 is where?
That's at Flaherty's.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay.
July Cedarvale. August Sunray. September
September
is
Southway. That's the first-
leg. Bowler of the Decade.
The locker guy, bowler of
Yep.
the decades.
And then October Mermaid Doubles.
Okay.
And November is Garden Center Return, and that is the second leg of the Locker Guy.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice.
December, Southtown, CBA Masters.
For the first time in I can't tell you when, I'll be missing the doubles.
No way.
I'm going to be going on a River Danube cruise in Budapest.
Budapest.
Yeah.
I think bowling sounds a little bit better. than that.
Well, it does, to be honest with you, but we're going. Actually, there's about 8 couples. David Langer and Nikki are coming with us also, so he's going to miss
Oh,
the doubles
no.
too. So I won't even be at the banquet. But I'm going to have all the stats
Are you
down
gonna
it,
print out
and
some-
I'm going to have all the factoids.
Factoids?
I'm going to actually get together with the Will Matafee. We're going to get more factoids. We're going to do stuff like that, and I'll have it all done ahead of time instead of waiting till October. I'll do it sooner because I'm not going to have time. So here's my October. October 5th, we leave to go to Costa Rica and bowl,
Yeah.
and we get back on the 12th or early morning on the 13th. Then I'm home for a day and a half. We leave on the 15th to go to Budapest, spend a day there, and then we get on a cruise. It's a scenic river cruise. It's not Viking, but it's a cruise ship like that
Yeah.
for 7 days. And we get up to Prague. We spend 3 days in Prague, and then our day back. So I'm home 6 days in October.
Sounds horrible.
That's what semi-retired will get you, Matt.
Right.
All right, let's get back to this match because it was almost out of hand if you would have struck there, but not really.
But now it's in hand.
Yeah. So Thomas, he was playing in on 17 and 18, and then he moved out with that urethane on this pair. So I'm not sure if he knew that from previous game on this pair or
Very possible.
or just
I
thought
know
he'd
he
try
was.
that.
I know he was further right on 18. I know he was in on 17, but 18 he was out because he had to try to find a way to the ball, get the head pin.
But I don't think he used urethane on that. I'm not sure. He might have. But anyway, he started with a double spare strike.
It's a good 5 frames.
It is a good 5 frame. 89 and a fourth. Ryan Burr, 73, and so
He's
16
clean.
pins.
Yeah.
Staying clean is key. We were talking about that. It's hard enough to break up splits because you're not just going to hit the pocket and leave single pins or whatever. You're going to have to like break up things.
Right.
And hope you do. And this is where when a shot gets really tough like this, I've talked about how a lot of luck is involved.
Yeah.
Where you break up a split, bad enough you got crossover.
Right.
When the
Or
shot's
roll a 4 pin when you go high or something.
yeah. When a shot's easy, you just don't really miss the pocket.
Right.
So this
So you're always
makes
going to leave something makeable.
correct. Yeah, and there's a lot of unusual pins left here, and okay, like the account loss, 7 spare, 7 spare. That's losing a lot of count right in there.
Yeah.
Thomas hasn't lost any. Well, the one.
But he didn't because he went 7 spare on a strike.
Right.
So it's nothing lost.
See, that's out past that marker. Well, he's
He
not
got
going to have to
there,
bring
yeah.
it back. When I was watching David Langer bowl on this, and that lane, if he was right over the marker, it was in the pocket. The right lane, when he left like 3 2-8, 2-4-8 combinations in a row on that right lane, and it just kept going past that marker. And I
Yeah.
talked to him about that, and he just said, yeah, he goes, no matter what, he goes, I had to be soft, but and as soon as I wanted to speed up, it was gone.
Yeah.
And I couldn't set down short because it was a hook early. So he had trouble with that 2-8 on the right lane. So when he gets to the championship match, I bet you he won't finish on that lane.
Right. Ooh.
See, probably just hung out there a little bit too.
Yeah. Pair to pair here is just amazingly
yes.
different. Amazing. And I want to chalk it up to how people played it before we got there, but the fact that it was like the exact same thing as far as every pair was different today, there's got to be some topography, some.
Well, we call this the Arena Bay. By the way, this is the Arena Bay part of it. Some 17 to 24, and that's a mistake.
Yeah. Lack of concentration.
Yes. Now I know he took out a spare ball, tried to throw it straight at it, which you can't try to hook at that because you're going to chop it or something. He just missed at the arrows.
Yeah.
Like you say, concentration, because usually you hit your target at the arrows, you're going to pick that up.
Right. If I do that, I'm always thinking about what I'm going to do on the next frame because I assume I have this picked up, and I fall for it every once in a while.
Well, so do I. We all seem to do that.
That one got wide down lane.
Yes.
But he leave him a 5 pin?
Yeah. We were doing that in the the shootout that I was running yesterday, where we take we take 13 players and you have one ball and no counts out each frame, so we lose a guy every frame. Well, the guy who was low, say he had an 8 count, and he was the guy, we had a chair up there. We call it the chair of shame.
Yeah.
So the guy had to sit there until somebody's knocked him off of that. And then, of course, somebody left a 5-pin, and it was almost doubly sitting there, and he didn't want to miss. The whole idea on that shootout is to heckle everybody. That's just a fun one.
Yeah. So, I don't want to say any names, but was Brady Gustafson still sitting on the chair after he threw a gutter? Oh, man, I said his name. I can't believe I did that.
Yeah, he was there until the next round. Because, so then everybody just had to keep the ball on the lane.
Right? Get pins.
Yeah.
Wow, that jumped.
Yes. He's shaking his head. Well, that picks us up. You got a 7-pin lead in the 6th frame.
Yep.
Just by staying clean and got that double in there.
Yeah, you're
somebody
from Southtown. Southway. Uh-oh. Spun it enough.
Yeah, exactly. He does throw it straight by spinning it, doesn't he?
Yep.
Not with his hand behind it like Lumpy does. And Ryan Burr, you can't see it in the camera, but he's got that Ziploc bag with about 12 rosin bags in it.
Yep.
And which is really cool. I like it because he keeps it inside that bag.
Right. The mess stays there.
Yes, and I've seen other people when I go from pair to pair, and I have to tell a few people that, hey, do something with it. Keep it back. Don't have it out here. That gets on the floor or whatever. And
that was inside the little marker down lane.
Inside the marker?
Yep.
And it's still
just
light?
inside. Yep.
Okay. I could see if he was outside the marker, it would have been light. But
Head's still cold, but the body's still warm.
I can't get buffalo sauce on that white.
Oh.
But I know a guy. You could get it replaced.
Things going with me out to Vegas. It's got to stay clean.
What about the white circle on the Storm logo?
What's that?
What about the white circle on the Storm logo?
I got so many of these.
Jason's over there eating
All
a
three?
buffalo
There it
chicken salad, and he had his Southway jersey or hoodie pullover, quarter zip pullover. Okay,
See, I was right.
you're right. Yeah. Well, we were wondering what happened.
You start a transition from bowler to coach.
Oh, all right. It was like you missed the marker down lane, and
And I
Tom didn't believe me.
I thought you missed right of the marker because then it wasn't coming up. But Jason's eating this
Down the lane.
buffalo chicken
Oh,
salad, and he had his Southway bowl pullover with the white in the middle of it. He didn't want to get any buffalo sauce on the white part of the pullover because he's leaving to go to the Nationals, and he certainly doesn't
He
want
wants to
to
look his best.
Yeah. Well, as best he could. You forgot the last part of it. You forgot the last part, as he could.
As he could. Hi, Mr. Foss.
John Foss, you're not here. There's a tournament on a Sunday. I don't see you anywhere. Oh, you're probably at Mermaid, where the ladies' state tournament is today, I'm assuming.
Plus, he has a very capable GM here in Joey.
Oh.
Joey's
did a
great
this
job.
weekend.
Nice to know.
When things went sideways, it was still good
Yep.
with the scoring at whatever game that was. And
Good to know.
He did a
Couple
fantastic job this weekend.
couple lane machine things, and we made it through awesomely.
Actually, John's in Madison. He's not even at Mermaid.
Well, sorry to hear you're in Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's too bad. All right, we still got a 7-pin match right here and going into the 9th frame. Anybody's game?
Yeah.
Hey, our number one fan is finally on. Debbie Nordness Hoffman. I just know her as Debbie Nordness.
She only lives like 5 minutes away. She should show up.
Well, why isn't she here? It's raining. She want to go outside, I suppose.
Well, yeah. I don't know about that, Pfeff.
Yeah, right. We don't know about that. Yeah. My sister-in-law and my 2 nieces are bowling the state tournament at Mermaid today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, 1 o'clock they would have just started. So.
Well, what, Hammerschmidt's mom just hit 50 women's open 50 years.
In the state tournament?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And Chris gave the award to her.
Nice. Oh, the 6 count
And that
on the
I
spare.
didn't look where he hit on lane, but
My guess is he missed it right.
I would guess so too.
So, 3-pin match with a tough spare.
See, that's the count thing you were
Yes,
talking about.
exactly.
He's kept going down. He went 8-7-6 on his first shot.
Oh, 5, he's going to be losing.
Right. Trending in the wrong direction.
That he is. Okay.
I was 1 for 2 on the bucket today.
My 14-pound ball would have left that back pin from that angle. I gotta hit it dead on.
1 for 2 on the bucket, but 1 for 1 on the 6-7 conversion.
Well, I know your couch is comfortable, Deb, but come on, man. It's live here, front and center.
Yeah.
We'll let it pass this time. Okay, this is all important count ball right here to stay in that 3-pin advantage.
Yep.
Right over the marker.
And it carried.
Chad, that's how you carry.
Chad's gone. He's on the way to Nationals.
Yeah.
You always watch.
He's driving. Yeah, maybe Davey Ullman's watching.
No, he's taking a nap.
Okay, good point. All right, this is almost for a shutout here.
Yep. What, striking 8 shuts him out?
We got around that
That's
one
to the
really
right of
nice. But
And you got
that
5.
must-
Got to the right of the,
Yeah.
the marker down lane.
it just skated down there, didn't it?
It did.
Okay, this is
And
where.
those that have bowled on this are going to find it funny that you can't miss left or right
Yeah,
when the ball gets to the
right,
head.
exactly.
That's welcome to the pattern we got to bowl on today.
I was talking to Jason. If we had that PBA stats, they do the not lane talk, but the specto or whatever it is.
Yeah.
How much different were those 2 shots?
Right.
They would have told you by speed and revs
Yeah.
and whatever, and where it would board. They look very, very similar. He probably threw it a little bit harder.
Yep.
Because when you want to hit it, well, at least me, I have to throw it harder to hit it.
Right.
And that's probably what he did. But he got the spare out of it.
Right.
So,
Thomas needs the first 2 here.
yep.
I honestly needs the first one before you can get the second one, right?
Ah,
He needs the
yeah.
first one.
Yeah.
Be there.
Oh, the light 4-pin. Gave it a chance. Nice tournament, Thomas Cleveland. We talked earlier about how much better he's gotten in the last
Oh,
year and a
yeah.
half or 2.
So much better.
Yes,
I bowled with him in the MJBT CBA doubles here.
Oh, did you
I
win?
didn't give him enough to
Oh,
get
just-
into the step ladder. We got like
Okay.
4th.
Oh,
So,
yeah, they took 3 step ladder. Yeah, okay. Well, that's when he was just a mere youngster. then.
yeah.
So,
And I call him the good Cleveland, the better Cleveland.
oh yeah, we need
There's like 113 of the Clevelands.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Did Kayla leave?
I think so.
We forgot to get a picture of the top 5. Shoot, we'll have to take the top 4 then.
Well, that'll always carry. I told you.
Oh,
You
he's in the
always
11th.
birdie 18.
Yeah. All right. 190, 194. Nice tournament, Thomas. Ryan, move over to 17, 18. He's in the bowl against Rob Clements and the Phase. Not sure if he's using that or not, whatever, but he brings that everywhere with him because when it works,
It's
nobody else has one.
Yeah.
But,
They had one at the booth at Nationals the one year when we were down there, and I tried to tell him to buy it, and he goes, nope, I already have that. Rob, 17, 18. Yeah. I already got the camera over there. We can't.
you can't change it now.
Yeah, I can't change it now. And I think we're gonna have a pause here to get the top 4.
How to get a picture of the top 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people smile in pictures all the time and some don't. And somebody off to our left over here brought up somebody who didn't have a very good smile on their face in one of the photos. And years ago, in a Minnesota Masters, There was another player, you know him, but he doesn't bowl anymore. Neither of the bowlers bowl anymore. But the one thought he had won in about the 8th frame of the game, and he ended up not winning. I can't remember really what happened. And he had one of the ugliest mugs pictures that he apologized over and over to me that he did that, and he asked me to not have that picture up any longer than I did, because that wasn't his normal. He was just when you take a picture of somebody right after they lose, it's bad.
Yeah. It's never a good one.
No, it really isn't. So you always got to let somebody wind down, however that is.
I've never met a guy that's happy to lose.
No, exactly.
So.
Right, yeah. So which is why we usually take pictures before
Right.
the top 5, whatever.
I'm bad at picture taking.
Yeah.
Forgetting memory. Oh, yeah. Don't forget to send them to me now. Because I had those in my Dropbox from last year, so I knew who won the shootout, to know that Carl Polzer was going to be the one in there. And plus, that's part of my history of the CBA, where I want to know who's won everything. And I'm eventually get that all up to date. I know I've said this before, but kind of got the website working. I just don't do anything on it right now because I haven't had time. I got to start getting back at that. And Will Matafee's going to help me.
Is busy.
Yeah, right. you know something? I still am busy. Just do different stuff. But funny you mention that, though, because that was the biggest concern about retiring completely, is what would I do? Because I'm so used to working all the time, get up, go to my computer. I still do that because I'm still working somewhat, but then I can quit at whatever time. I can be as busy as I want to be for the amount of money I'm getting paid.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be really, really busy. But I still like it. I can do this for a long time. It's like a lot of people retire and go work at Walmart. My second job is selling lockers.
There you go.
Yeah. So he's not even trying that phase in practice?
I guess not. He just puts it up on the rack for
Just-
intimidation.
Yeah. To scare somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a good idea.
No. Well, orange and blue, according to my my significant other, Verna, who's an interior designer, there's different colors on the spectrum of whatever, and there's opposites. And orange and blue are opposites, but they can look good together.
Sure, yeah.
But not with that white in there.
No.
So that's... See if you can repeat that, Ryan.
Good luck on that one. Smooth five out that track would be good. It's not about being better than him. It's just don't do as bad.
Okay, I really haven't heard of it that way. I'm not going to bowl better than you so much in my mind, but I'm going to make sure I'm not as bad as you. All right.
I'm going to be better than you at your bat and at your worst. Got it.
That's almost like Matt McNeil. Yeah, that's almost like Matt McNeil used to always say. We bowl a tournament, and if we weren't leading after we left, he goes, you can't win the tournament if you're not leading when you leave the building.
Right? Oh, thanks.
All right, let's see what Rob's going to do. He's got the choice. He didn't have a good look at either one of the lanes.
He threw a strike on 18 once, so
Okay.
I don't know if that means
That's not a good look. He still doesn't know.
What are you thinking? Well, we move to a different pair.
Exactly. This is a long thought out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's calculating it.
Nick gave you good advice. He said, if you're not sure, you defer.
If you're not sure, you defer. Okay. All right, I like it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You go ahead and start. All right, well, here we are, semifinal match. Ryan Burr against Rob Clements. And nobody's using a phase.
No one's using a phase. Well, give it a second.
Yeah, exactly. Good move,
Even-
Rob. Have him
I
start
could-
on
I
that
could
one that he
watch it
can't
on the
hit.
screen here, but I'm going to watch it up here and guess that he missed in.
It's right. This isn't right in front of our face. We can
But
watch
I'm
the
looking
screen.
over there.
I'm doing the same thing, and we're off at an angle here. We can't really see it right. So why don't we look at that? I did that the last
times
match.
do we have the camera on a different pair? And we're watching this match here and go, oh, something on a
Yeah.
shot. They're not watching that at home.
We didn't know that. We thought they could see what we see. All right, the 3, 6, 9, 10. Toughest spare ever.
Man,
And
they've made that look really easy.
maybe here it is.
Yeah, maybe.
Didn't you say you wouldn't wish that on your worst enemy?
I wouldn't.
And somebody picked that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's like a triple.
All right, so Rob, trying to remember trying to see what he was using. Is that an IQ? I don't.
No, I think he was. I think it's that. Maybe. Quantum.
Well, it's another old ball. Oh. Wow.
That's how he struck the one time
Yeah.
he struck over there.
Okay.
And then he moved out to the right and it went right through the guts. So. Or didn't get there. I don't. One of them wasn't good.
Yeah. That was
Yes, didn't get there.
Yeah. That's what I would have
For
guessed too.
500.
that was like straight.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he is one of the few still uses 16-pound bowling balls.
Yep. Well, you don't use 16. You use 13 and a half.
Heavy 12.
Ullman 16, right?
Yep.
Ullman 16 and Chad,
Chad.
16. And if we ever see a Bach, isn't he at 16? Yeah. Man weight, I think is what they call it.
Yeah.
You can't do it on that lane. That lane, there's a lot of.
Well,
hook on
we
that.
heard it's about an arrow difference in what people were saying.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't tell him. I don't know.
The way
They
he
know.
was calculating things, I thought he had it.
No, he deferred. He was thinking, I don't want to finish first on either one.
Right.
Jason Cragen just went from 16 to 15.
Yep.
Yeah, who else would be still using 16-pound stuff?
Not many.
Not many,
No,
yeah. I mean, it kind of doesn't make sense, does it, really?
Not really. Although,
Yeah.
aren't the
Him
numbers a
and
little
Chad.
different going from 15 to 16 from like RG and
For sure.
yeah.
Yep.
So there's some people that stay there because of that. They stay at 16. So.
And I guess people should know the manufacturer's intent is at 15 pounds. So the balls are not designed at, like,
Gotcha.
the focus reaction from the core,
Sure.
right? What they want to see for numbers, and that is going to be the 15-pound core that they're looking for,
Yeah.
or looking at.
I did not know that.
Me neither, but
Well,
You're
when
not
you
a-
think of it, that's 80%
percent of
of performance balls that are sold, and that number is probably low. It's probably higher than that.
We need a
My
push-up.
customer base, it would be 95%.
Okay.
All right, 15.
Yeah, at 15
Yeah.
versus a 16 or a 14.
What, 30 years ago? Wasn't 16 the thing? And never, like 40, maybe
For sure.
40, 30, 40 years ago? 16.
I changed to
30.
15 years and years ago. When everybody else used 16, I went to 15 way back. I think I know why, because somebody gave me a couple bowling balls and they were 15. I said, okay. Then I liked them, so I kept them. Kept using them. I couldn't afford to buy any.
So, a comment. Guy said these scores were a lot different from qualifying. I don't know if you guys had seen that yet, or if
Oh,
it's-
no.
And it could have been a comment that he made, on a post on the scores too. I just see the feedback, but I mean, just to address it for sure.
We discussed it right away. I brought Matt in the booth to ask him what he thought about yesterday's to today's,
Okay.
and how that was playing.
Just want to make sure that I had a chance to address
Yes.
it. It's easier than typing all that out.
Yeah.
Skyline Lanes, that's the Duluth Bowling Center
That's the
that you went to.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's it.
Okay, so, thanks, Michael. Hey, Jeff West is watching. Did you know that Jeff West won a CBA tournament once?
No, I did not know that.
He did.
I don't see our banners up.
I don't either.
Darn it. Shucks.
I have to get them. They're hiding.
In hiding.
They're in hiding.
Okay, Rob was high last time on this left lane. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure he thought he threw it well.
And he did it again.
And
I don't know that he believed it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That one I don't know if he threw well, but I think the first one he thought he threw well, and so he didn't. He adjusted off of it, but then that one he just say. And he's also not going to give it room and let it walk back in the pocket. Here, not, and he doesn't normally bowl that way anyway.
He doesn't like to give away the pocket.
No. Like, feed it out there, like
Yep.
Lumpy always talks. And my ball's never hungry enough to come back.
Oh, that's a interesting
Yeah. So
2 off of that. I didn't
Yep.
think-
So
figured he got 3.
Ryan getting that strike in a third frame kept him from losing pin count.
Yep. He's going to make a ball change.
Yeah, well, he didn't like the first one on this lane.
He's going up in ball. Oh, he might be going back to the V-bow. That was what he'd been thrown, was a V-bow. It looks like a V-bow.
Wow, that's one of the best shots we've seen on 18 all day.
Yep. I'll agree.
Shaped it. I'm not impressed until he does it again.
But now, does he have the right move? Does he know how far, how different this
Yes.
is, right?
Well, I think he's going to stay with that the IQ, that ruby. He's been throwing it over there, so as long as he doesn't... I mean, it's more on 17, so... Looks all right.
Yeah.
The old solid 10.
That's
Yep.
Hey, didn't Ryan just win a doubles tournament?
did he?
Oh, him and Vermilion.
Vermilion
So,
at the Mermaid.
yep. So that was his first CBA title.
Yep.
Doesn't have a singles title yet.
Nope.
He's on the verge. Well, not yet. As he has an opportunity.
There's a fairly hefty roadblock in his way.
Exactly,
Oh, yeah.
yes. Well, we always talk about that. In order to win a title, you got to go through certain players.
Yep.
One of them is sitting in, the number 1 seed right
In the
now.
Yes.
perch.
You bet.
And that would be David Langer, who's waiting in the wings over on 23 and 24, nervously watching, concerned
Oh,
who he's going to bowl
nervously.
against.
Yeah. He had to text in he was going to be late to work. Oh, no.
Okay, Rob. Did you know that David Langer won the last CBA tournament that I ran?
Oh, yeah.
That's a little
Factoid.
factoid. Yeah.
Where that was at a year end then, right?
It was a year end. And it would have been at, where would that have been? I don't remember where it was, though.
You know, he's also the only one to get shot 300 at and lose a title.
That I know. Yes. There's only been one 300 in a championship match, and it was shot by Brent Newman against David Langer.
Yep. He was pretty happy about it.
Plump was in the parking lot.
In the 10th frame.
Yeah. I don't even know if Newman had stepped up in the 10th. And he was already out the door.
Well, he had to get to work.
He did.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's always how it
Yeah,
works.
when you finally get to the pocket and you leave that.
Yep.
So I know why Ryan's bowling so well now, because according to Amanda, he's bought a bowling center, so now he can practice more. Did I go through?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. All right. Nice.
Spike wants you to have some Irish car bombs. Spirish.
All right. Well, 63 in the 5th to possibly 105 in the 5th. That's 42 pinned
Yeah.
in 5 frames. Can he make that up?
That's going to be a tough ask, I think.
He's gonna need Ryan to open because
Yeah.
he's not going to run off a 4-bagger. It's tough to do.
That's pretty. Oh boy, I thought it was all right.
There's the 6
'Cause I thought he
count.
was gonna. Then it just kept going.
Missed it to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the 6 count again. So Rob's got a CBA title too. Way back at New Hope, years ago, he won one.
That was where my first CBA title
Yeah.
was at New Hope.
I remember that. I was there.
Yeah. You were the
Oh.
tournament director,
I was, and
and I wasn't in the Bet You Win.
I remember that.
next
I was going to say that, but at first I was going to comment on him missing that. You leave that rail or fence, whatever you want to call it, and you leave the 7 when the ball's like going that way. How does he not pick it up?
Right.
The ball or the pin hitting it.
Yep.
But yet, he knocked the 10 out in the next rack. Oh yeah, you can't bowl next to a non-full
No,
rack. That
that's-
would be
Distracting.
yeah.
Hard
Actually,
to focus.
see now I would re-rack it again if you do it once.
Yeah. Clink,
Oh,
clink,
I
clink,
think he
clink,
should have
clink.
stopped.
4. Oh, they racked it for him.
Okay.
I heard him throwing stuff, so I would assume there was a little bit of jam up there.
A little bit. Well, 4-pin, easy spare. Lost a little bit of pins on his lead with the 6 count open, but
Don't say easy spare. It seems easy, but it's
okay.
not.
I'm sitting back here talking. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
'cause one
he-
time you'll throw at it and it hooks at it, and you're like, all right, I'll play for it
Yeah.
to hook, and then it goes right by it. You know,
Well.
okay, well, just made a liar out of me.
This is not really a must strike frame for Rob, but it's a must fill frame for Rob.
It definitely is.
You gotta,
it can't be bingo dauber. You can't
Right, yeah.
split. That's
Is
for
that what
sure.
you call that?
Using the bingo
The
dauber.
bingo dauber. Never heard of that. The things we learned. Oh, that's high flush. Well, it wasn't high flush, but it was in the pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Bingo dauber.
All right. Okay. Well, now that he got that strike here, this would be huge with a double.
Yep.
Put some pressure back on.
Mr. Burr.
And okay, what did he do last time on his lane? Oh, was it 10? Was it a 10 pin?
9 pin.
Oh, the 9 pin. That's right, the solid 9. Okay.
Oh, go. Yeah, needed to pick up a little earlier.
To the dead 10. But that's okay. Got to fill the frame. There wasn't a must strike, even though obviously they got closer with that. But he's going to must strike in the 9th and 10th.
Yeah. He's going to have to put a double up at some point to
Yes.
catch him.
Oh, you know what would have killed him yesterday? John Holmes.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
I mean,
If-
this pattern was picked for him.
That's what I thought. Just pipe it up there and it would hit the
Unbelievable.
pocket.
It's like the most I've seen Lump practice in forever.
Exactly. Yeah. He's just wasting time down there. Oh, that's going to be out.
Go.
The 210.
Yeah.
Jason. He
He
was left on
missed it.
18.
Right.
So it didn't quite get there.
It didn't
Yeah.
quite get there, is what I'm saying.
On 18.
On 18.
On 18.
Yeah.
Of all lanes, I don't get it. It's almost like it's a little tighter.
It seems to be.
Yeah.
No, it didn't quite get over there.
That's not going to hook either.
All right. Well,
There's nothing that's going to hook on that lane.
all right. Well, 177 pace for Ryan and 183 if Rob's got left there. So it's anybody's match here. This would be an important frame for him to fill.
At this point, all frames
Well-
are fill frames.
Well, he won't lose count on the first ball.
True. That was a pretty good shot.
That's
Yeah,
the
really-
best fill there is.
Yeah, that is. You know who said that one? George Peterson said that a long, long time ago. Need a mark. Best mark in the world is a strike.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Rob seems. Well, I think he's okay on this lane. You think he would want to finish on this lane, but he didn't know. He deferred.
He
But
deferred.
I think he'll strike on this lane. That's
Go. Oh no!
oh. I think a 15-pound would have carried that. It stunned the 5-pin.
Yeah.
Yep, stunner.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. Yes.
Who's got the heaviest pillow?
So now he needs a double to force Ryan to spare. And I thought he would have got the strike on 18. Hopefully got the first one on the left. Now he's got to get 2 on the left lane,
Yeah.
and very tough.
Although Burr 210 on 18 the last time he was over there.
Correct. But he doesn't need it if he doesn't double.
True. Oh boy, go.
Yeah. It's pretty much over now. Well, not pretty much, it is. So Ryan Burr will be moving on to bowl against David Langer, and they'll be on a 19 and 20.
Keep it on the lane.
I know that right lane's a doozy. My only strike is a color change, so I might have to color change.
Well, if it wasn't for the, what'd you call it?
The bingo
daubers.
He was playing bingo there.
Yeah. People
He
used to
had-
call
he
that
had 3
tic-tac-toe.
So $1,000 blackouts on Saturdays and birthdays.
Really?
You want to drop that?
$1,000 blackout bingo
bingo.
at Bridge Street Tavern in Faribault.
Oh, Watana.
Otana. Sorry,
Oh,
Otana. The bowling center was in Faribault.
Yep.
Yep, Fairbowl.
Bowling center. The bowling center Ryan bought was in Faribault. So he's a bar owner and a bowling center owner.
Yeah.
2 different cities. Need guys like that to do that, just like you, Jason. Need guys like you to keep that bowling center things open and keep
We
it going.
like to see him stay alive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Five.
That's all you needed.
You sure?
No.
Oh.
No, actually, take that back. What's the chances of him hooking between them?
He'll throw right at the head. Well, he needs 2, so yeah.
You could chop that head pin off.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Oh, I got it.
Wow. Wow. Oh, you didn't need that many. 163 to 158. So Amanda owns the bowling center, and Ryan is just a GM. All right, championship match, 19 to 20. Two practice shots on each lane. These guys are USBC teammates,
They are.
and I just heard them.
I think they're chopping.
They are on the Bet You Win.
Bet you win, yeah.
Yep.
But I think they're going to chop the title, too, so they get half the title.
Yeah. I don't think that would. I
that
don't.
not work?
I don't think that's going to work. And I know one guy who would say, "I ain't doing that."
Right.
And he's down there bowling. And the other one would say, "Yeah, I'll take it."
Rough day. Got to stretch out.
It's a little tight. Hotel beds. Never as good as your own bed.
No.
Do you know that Jason, along with his wife, and then also Nick Heilman, another. They were camping last night.
Yeah.
Camping.
They stayed at a hotel without a bar.
Wow.
That's camping.
That's camping.
I can't believe it. I had to do that in Fort Myers.
Wow.
I didn't like it.
Nothing around you, huh? You couldn't find anything around you.
Well, I mean, we were across the street
Oh.
until it was,
Well, you can't even
Yeah.
get across the
Evening.
street when you want to
No.
here.
I had to take a 4-mile right to get across the
Right.
street. But I did eventually get across the street. Where
Boy.
they had 2 for ones.
Yeah.
The ball reaction on this pair is a little different than over there on 17 and 18. It's kind of crazy. It's almost like it's a different pair,
Yeah.
and they broke down a little different.
We talked about at least 15 times during the course of the late morning and the early afternoon. Everybody we saw come to this pair flagged the head pin for over half the game on 18, if not the whole game, and just
Yeah.
scratching their head.
And not being able to
And
get
then
off the head pin on 17.
And then they were so confused that there's 7 different from each other, and they just couldn't wrap their heads around it, And we just sat and watched every single match have that reaction out of the
Yeah.
bowlers that were on it. Everyone just walked away confused with a low score.
Well, Dave Ullman beat Carl Polzer 149 to 145.
Now that's a pillow fight.
When Carl didn't double in the 10th, Ullman gave it the fist pump.
He didn't double in the 10th. Well, he couldn't strike before that. So
Well, he did have a strike up. He didn't get the second one, and Ullman goes, yes. It was like shooting 179 because he got the 30 bonus. That's
I think 20 might be hooking a little bit. Both Langer and Burr just missed the head pin to the left.
that's right over the marker on that lane.
Dead
I
10.
guarantee you, I would bet any amount that Lumpy's going to
Fluffy
finish
10.
finish on 19. Lumpy's going to finish on 19. If he doesn't, I'll be very surprised.
Yeah. What are you looking at?
Just seeing if anybody else commented.
Oh,
Closed captioning hasn't changed for a while. I was,
to see if we were.
thought maybe it was broke, making sure the mics were still on, all that.
Yep.
But we got battery.
And we got a 100-foot Ethernet cable to run this.
Nice.
I made a round trip to Target. Does that make
Yes.
sense? A round trip to Target?
Yes, on trip.
Voyage, whatever. To get a 50-foot Ethernet. By the time I was on the way back, Jason called and said, oh, no, Aaron was here. He happened to be driving by and heard we needed something and stopped in with, what, a 100-foot cord or just cut out what he needed.
Yeah, he cut it to size and flipped the
Flipped
ends.
them.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that
That worked out well.
so
Confirmation on that.
yeah,
huh?
yep.
The old hack.
That's
job.
outside the
Oh,
marker.
boy.
But still almost came back on that lane. It would not come back on 20
No.
or 18 or whatever. But
18. 18 it wouldn't come back on. This is another spare I probably wouldn't wish on my worst enemy either. Something popped up and then
Yeah.
it went away. It said
So they
CD
delete their-
something. Yeah.
deleted their comment. So I watched.
278.
Yeah, this is the same lane that Kayla Pashina left a. I don't know, it might have been the right lane, but she left a 3.7910. So I watched the match. It was, and the position round game was Lumpy against Kayla on this pair, and Lumpy left like 3 times in the right lane, left 2-4-8, 2-8 combination,
Yeah.
missed one of them. He said he couldn't. The ball just would not come around the corner, and of course, if he got it in, then you see him just head to the
Yep.
left. So he wants no part of that lane except 5
Right.
times only. Well, I see.
They're yelling at each other in the back.
Yeah. I hear some noise in the back. People are talking in the background behind the machines.
That was hilarious.
Still hear them.
Yep.
Oh, it wasn't good, but
flush 10.
Yep. Just throw a good shot, leave a dead 10. Oh. Hey, Chad Nelson is watching.
Yeah. Yeah. Are they on the road? Is it 4?
Well,
No,
I don't
not
think
quite
they're at home yet. I think Dave Ullman's watching on Chad's phone.
That might be it. Maybe Dave's got it on both phones.
Well, I don't see him watching. All right, easy spare. He's going to stay clean. So Ryan Burr wants to win. He's going to have to make sure he picks up all them spares because he's not going to give it away to him.
I think the trick to this one is whoever can get the ball to hit the 1-3 on the 20 has probably got a good chance.
That's very good observation on that because that's what we're thinking too.
Not as
Bad as the other guy. However you said that. No, that wasn't
Down
good.
there.
Or do that, yeah. Yeah, that was one of his better releases. You could see he was off on that one. Ryan's wearing their USBC Nationals shirts.
Oh, yeah.
And that's going to be their singles and doubles shirts for next year. And they get a new one. And that's what we do. We always get a new shirt every year for the team event. So we take a picture. We always have a new shirt or
Different
picture.
shirt, yeah.
So this year, being at John East's 50th, we have his face on the right sleeve on our shirts. So next year on my 50th, they're going to
have
have
your
my
face?
face on the sleeves. And so if somebody asks what picture they're going to take, well, that's up to Verna to pick out the picture. But she wants to find an old one when I had a perm and a curly mustache and all that. So I'll decide that.
Oh, Peel. Yeah.
That's the lane I would have expected it to hook back on.
Right.
He absolutely threw a perfect shot on the right lane.
Might have been a little quick on that one.
Very possible. And he probably was thinking it hooked a little bit more. So
Yep.
just throw a little bit harder, whether he moved or not. Don't know.
He had some loft on that too, and
Yeah.
the ball doesn't hook in the air, so
Open on that left lane.
I think we might be out there for you guys.
I think you are. You're out there right before us, right?
30th and 1st is when we bowl.
Oh, okay. We bowl at second and third.
Okay. Never mind.
Holy crap. Oh, yeah, I heard that because I'm coming out there on that Tuesday, so
That's when we bowl. Yeah.
coming
Team
out late,
Tuesday.
whatever. We'll watch you bowl singles, doubles. Okay, if you don't get it out there and you're going to be light, you miss the head pin right. And if you set it down short, you miss the head pin left. So
This is back to
Is
the
he gonna-
comment I made before. We're on a pattern now where you can't miss in and you can't miss to the right.
So you
You
throw
have
this.
literally nothing.
Yep, I knew you can throw the backup. Now
He must
that's a
shoot that a lot.
veteran move. I've never seen you miss that lump. Well, see, I've never seen you miss it. I was gonna say more, but he's up there now. I'd say, well, at least you knew how to, you remembered how to do it.
I haven't shot that since I've been 8.
He's probably true.
absolutely.
Oh, do the loft also.
That's his
Okay.
second rough one on that line.
Yeah. So, sitting back here,
Thanks again, Clem.
sitting back here, you would think, well, just move in like 5 and 2 or something,
Yeah. That ain't gonna work.
Well, no, obviously not. That's why I'm sitting back here.
Right. That was pretty good on the hard lane.
Exactly. So, what's he going to do on this lane? He just threw it too hard last time, we're thinking, right?
That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Because he is throwing, what, a high road?
Oh, I guess I don't even know what it is.
Yeah. Looked like there was a high road picture on the side when it rolled off.
It could be.
Oh, that was a good
Very nice for a double.
shot. When it rolls out, you'll see it. Oh, you
Whatever you did, Ryan, that worked.
see that?
That is correct.
It's a high road?
Yep.
I've done seen it right.
All right.
Well,
Take that, he
easily
says.
the best shot of the match for Lumpy there.
Yes.
So far, he hasn't looked really comfortable on either of these lanes yet. So that one was a very athletic shot and a
Yeah.
really nice shape to it. It was, yeah. Gave him something.
The wily
to
veteran
build
is.
on.
So the last two on this lane, he just sat down short, crossed over. Or no, the last one, did he actually loft it more? Either way, he didn't get out of it.
Yeah, it was
So-
left.
Yeah, this is going to go down the lane. He looks deeper.
Oh, loft. Oh, and it sat there too.
Okay, that was
Not long enough.
almost. He got in my way, and I was trying to look on the
You can see over
monitor.
top of me. Kind of short.
I'm sitting down, you forget. Which I'm probably taller than if I was standing, because these are tall stools. But I keep my knee elevated a little bit this way. That's what I'm supposed to do. Well, this will be a spare. Gives him 109 in the fifth. He's got at least a 24-pin lead. Ryan can change into a 14-pin lead with a strike here. And he said he likes this lane
Right.
after he struck in the fourth frame.
Well, it shows.
So far, he didn't waste any time getting up there to throw the ball either.
Nope. Go.
Oh, roll it.
Yep.
Yes.
Score correction.
Score.
You know how to do that?
Lump's got it.
Lump.
He didn't want to.
Nope.
That was huge.
That was very big.
I mean, the strike in general, but how he didn't have it and then had it.
Right.
Never doubted it.
Right. That's all right.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
So he's pretty much lined up on both lanes now. Now we have a match.
That we do.
2 pins. Oh.
And that's the worry.
And that's what he was doing last time he was on this pair, is that 2-4-8 combinations like that.
You move too much,
Yep.
or you move what you think you should move, and it may not have been too much. It's just too much for that lane. Would have been a normal move, but,
This is where we need that specto or whatever
right?
they call that stuff to
Because
go.
I don't think it was that big a difference.
I don't think so either, but
It's kind of crazy. They use that, and then they come off the approach, and they'll look at it.
yeah, right. Yeah, they look at it all the time to see what they're doing and what they
That
did.
is a good spare.
Yeah. They didn't have that when I first started bowling.
They manually set pins for you, didn't they?
No, not quite. But you know what they used to do in the first ABC tournaments? They had the guys up above putting the scores on.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't have automatic scoring until 1979 in Tampa.
Yeah.
So The
Oh,
first.
you guys actually shadow bowled too, didn't you?
Yeah, oh yeah, there was no pins.
Yeah.
That's where the shadow ball came from.
Right.
Yeah, and you got one shot.
Yeah.
One shot in team.
You guys had the
there.
2 on, was it 2 in singles and doubles, or did you get
None.
None?
You had to bowl in the half lane in the back.
Yep.
Then they
Okay.
wanted you to bowl the first ball for score or whatever. And you think back at that stuff and you go, wow, no wonder we all have issues with knees and ankles and whatever. We never stretch anything out.
It's a good shot by Lump there.
Yeah, kept that 2-pin lead possibly. This is to take an 8-pin lead for Burr if he strikes here.
Oh, that jumped on him.
The lane he liked the best. And so
Yeah.
I've talked about this before, and I've talked to Chad Nelson about it. You get too comfortable and you maybe don't focus as much as you should because you just think you got it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he did that, but I know I do that. That
That's a rough
changed a
one.
lot.
Yeah.
So 209 max with the 189 pace. Lumpy can go up there no matter what he does here and get that strike in the 9th and spare the 10th and shut him out. Pretty sure he knows that. No.
Well, that's all he can do now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Just, he absolutely has to have every one, really. So
His only saving grace is this lane's tough for
Correct.
for Lane.
and until that last shot, it's been his good lane, and he will finish on it.
Right.
That's true. Yep. Extra loft.
Yeah.
Trying to do something to carry the bucket or the 2-8, 2-4-8 combination stuff, whatever. And
Well, and that was definitely more. The last two have had loft, but that one was loft in the end.
Yes.
It never
Yeah.
made it to the spot. But then the last one that made it to the spot left a bucket.
Right.
So
well, he's going to pick this up and then go to his good lane.
yeah, good spare.
The packed house here is kind of quiet, waiting in this 10th frame. See what's going on here. Oh. Okay. The mice have returned. Oh, very nice. I was going to say count kind of didn't matter because if he didn't strike, if he doesn't double here or whatever,
Right.
Ryan's going to have to strike out to have a chance, whatever. But unless he would have got like 5 or 6
Right.
in his spare, then he might not have had so much. But that first strike is huge. So you're going to see him just slap it off and run 4 lanes down when he strikes here?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Or just come back and...
Slide on his knees running.
Yes, right, yeah. He threw that one so nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, that's in. In.
tough to do, man, when you got to get it, you got to loft it, get it down the lane, not too far, got to get in.
Right.
There's a lot of things to think about. All right, well,
Yeah. When
So-
when your checklist of things to do
Exactly.
is 13 things deep, it's
Right,
kind
yeah.
of tough.
so 205, clean game with a double 205. So, I mean, not the count I was talking about a little earlier, so if he does get the double here, still needs 6 to tie.
Yeah.
So this is a good lane. He only had that big 4 last frame. We'll see. Oh, close. Nice shot, Ryan. Way to go, Lump. What number? I forgot. 20? You've won too many MSCs in between your last 2 CBA titles.
Oh. Maybe that's what you should have been doing.
All right, I'm thinking that's about 18 or 19 for sure for David Langer as far as titles. I can't remember. He's won 5 MSCs in between his last CBA title or this one, whatever. So Ryan Burr, I'm not sure if he'd had another second place before this, but good showing by him.
Yeah.
Good
Great
turnout. Jason, another year-end tournament. There's a lot of added money in it.
Yeah.
All the shootouts
The
went
most,
well.
right? Isn't this one of the most?
It's got to be $3,460 added. That's
A lot of added
definitely
money.
one of
Yeah.
the biggest, if not the biggest, since I've been
Since a long
director.
time.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
So this was Super Bowl. We're coming to you next month from Andover on May 18th.
Yeah. Saturday
a
the 18th.
Saturday event.
All right.
I'll get an event created.
Thank you.
All right. I talked to Brent Newman. He's going to help me do the stats, and I had to show him a few things on the spreadsheet that he sorted wrong and added wrong, so I had to kind of redo my spreadsheet, whatever. So the formulas. So anyway, he's going to help do that. Will Matafee's going to help me do a lot of factoid stuff.
Nice.
And we need more people to get involved, and they are, so it's a good thing.
Just entry fee, be $125.
Yes.
Going into the new year, so just so everyone's prepared. Obviously, we'll make that announcement as well on Facebook. But
We're changing the Mount Gonin year-end tournament too, or do we raise that, or are we leaving that at $6?
I don't know that we had finalized.
We
that.
really haven't finalized that.
We can discuss.
We were
it
talking
with
about
Bart,
doing
yeah.
that too. Yeah.
Yep.
This is more or less to cover lineage, right? Like to
Yeah.
kind of cover the lineage increase that's going on.
Well, and tournament director fee because I mean I started out $5 a bowler, and then it was $6 a bowler, and that was 30 years ago when it was $5, and then it got to be $6 a bowler. So it's time to go up. Costs go up, gas goes up, driving around. Plus, we got this really nice setup with the cameras and all this stuff. So you got to get paid for that too. So
Yeah,
that's why.
Bunch
Part
of
of it,
changes.
yeah.
But then, we had discussed a little more going into the year end as well, and then that increase gives more to the prize fund. Also,
Correct.
It covers not just
Yeah.
lineage, but it does put more money into the prize fund. So,
Right.
yep,
And it was overdue, like you said.
definitely.
well, it was a $100 entry fee 40 years ago,
Yeah.
or more. So, all right. Well, another good.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you very much.
We'll see you next month.
All right, sounds good.